7. A mule for a river. For a Confederate patrol, they looked respectable enough as they rode into Cotty's. Though they lacked the uniformity of a Yankee squad, their dark shirts, impressed, breeches, and good boots gave an impression of a common dress, and Kirby had even acquired a hat. They slung their captured rifles before entering town and progressed at a quiet amble which suggested goodwill. But there was no mistaking the fact that they attracted attention, immediately and to some purpose. A small boy, balancing on a fence, put his fingers to his mouth and released a piercing whistle. King's response to that was vigorous. Rearing, until he stood almost upright on his hind feet, the stallion pawed the air. Drew barely kept his seat. He fought with all his knowledge of horsemanship to bring the stud back to earth and under control. And he could hear Kirby's laugh and Boyd calling out some inarticulate warning or advice. "Better get that mule, or run down this one's mainspring some," the Texan said when Drew had King again with 4 feet on the ground, though weaving in a sideways dance. "You men, what are you doing here?" A horseman looked over the heads of the crowd to the 4 troopers. "Passin' through, Sioux." "Leastwise we was, until greeted," Kirby answered courteously. Drew assessed the questioner's well-cut riding clothes, his good linen, and fine gloves. The rider was middle-aged, his authority more evident because of that fact. This was either one of the wealthy planters of the district or some important inhabitant of Cotty's. There was a wagon drawing up behind him, a span of well-cared-for mules in harness with a Negro driver. The mules held Drew's attention. King's reaction to that sudden whistle was a warning. He had no wish to ride such an animal into a picket skirmish. The sleekness of the mules appealed to his desire to rid himself of the unmanageable stud. Now he edged the sidling King closer to the wagon. The driver watched him with apprehension. Whether he guessed Drew's intention or whether he dreaded the near approach of the stallion was a question which did not bother the scout. "You there," Drew hailed the driver. "I'll take one of those mules." As always, he hated these enforced trades and spoke in a peremptory way, wanting to get the matter finished. "You, Sioux," the solid citizen turned his horse to face the scout, "what gives you the right to take that mule?" With a visible sigh of relief, the Negro relaxed on the driver's seat, willing to let the other carry on the argument. "Nothing, except I have to have a mount I can depend upon." Drew did not know why he was explaining, or even why he wanted the mule so acutely right now. Except that he was tired of the days in the saddle, of being on the run, of these small Kentucky towns into which they rode to loot and ride off again. The Yankees in Bardstown had been fair game, and their bluff there had been an adventure. But Calhoun left a sour taste in his mouth, and he didn't like the vague order which had brought him to Cotty's. So his dislike boiled over, to settle into a sullen determination to rid himself of one irritation, this undependable horse. "Do I assume, Sioux, that you are part of General Morgan's command?" Sharp blue eyes studied Drew across the well-curried backs of the mules. "Yes, Sioux." The man gave a nod, which might have been for some thought of his own. "We have heard some rumors of your coming, Sioux," the other continued. "You, Nelson," he spoke to the Negro, "take this team up to the livery stable and tell Mr. Emery I want Hannibal saddled. Then you bring him back here and give him to this gentleman." "Yes, Sioux." "Hannibal, why, saddle, for this young gentleman." "Hannibal, Sioux," the man said to Drew, "is a mule, but a remarkable one, riding trained and strong. I think you will find him quite usable. Do I understand we are about to be favored by a visit from General Morgan?" Drew dismounted. Now he made a business of squinting up at the sun as if to tell time. "Not for a while, Sioux." He remained cautious. Though he guessed that his questioner's sympathies were at least not openly Union. There was a stir in the gathering crowd. Hart was leaning from his saddle, talking earnestly to 2 men flanking him on either side. "May I offer you some refreshment, gentlemen? I am James Pryor, at your service." Automatically Drew responded to the manners of Red Springs. "Drew Rennie, Sioux." "Anson Kirby, Boyd Barrett." He looked around for Hart, only to see the other disappearing into an alley with his two companions from the crowd. "Sue, that's a right heartenin' offer," Kirby said, smiling. "Trail dust sure does make a man's throat drier and an alkali flat. Mark Hale over here has just the answer for that difficulty, gentlemen. If you will accompany me." They left the glare of the sunlit street, following their host into a small shop where a quantity of strange smells fought for supremacy. Kirby stared about him puzzled, but his look changed to an expression of pure bafflement and outrage as Pryor gave his order to the smaller man who came from a back room. "Mark, these gentlemen need some of that good lemonade you make, if you have some cold and ready." Drew heard Kirby's muffled snort of protest and wanted so badly to laugh that the struggle to choke off that sound was a pain in his chest. "Mr. Pryor smiled at them blandly. Boys, nothing better on a really hot day than some of Mark's lemonade. Nothing like it in this part of Kentucky." "Ah, that looks like a draft fit for the gods, Mark, it certainly does." Hale had bobbed out of his inner room again, shepherding before him a Negro boy who walked with exaggerated caution, balancing a tray on which stood 4 tall glasses, beaded with visible moisture. There was a sprig of green mint standing sentry in each. "Drink up, gentlemen." Under Mr. Pryor's commanding eye they each took a glass and a first sip. But it was good, cool as it went slipping down the throat bearing that blessed chill with it, tart on the tongue, and fresh. Drew had sipped, but now he gulped, and he noted over the rim of his own glass, that Kirby was following his example. Mr. Pryor consumed his portion at a more genteel rate of intake. "This allays that trail dust of yours, Mr. Kirby?" he inquired with no more than usual solicitude, but there was a faint trace of amusement in his small smile. Kirby met the challenge promptly. "Ably, Sue, ably." He raised his half-filled glass. "To your very good health, Sue. I don't know when I've had me a more satisfying drink." Pryor bowed. He was still smiling as he glanced at Drew. "You have business in Cotties, Sue. Beyond that of swapping that fire-breather of yours for another mount, I mean. Perhaps I can be of service in some other way." Drew cradled his glass in both hands. The condensing moisture made it slippery, but the chill was pleasant to feel. "Do you have any news about the Cumberland River, Sue?" he asked. Pryor might have usable information, and there was no reason to disguise that part of their objective. Short of turning about and fighting their way through about a quarter of the aroused Yankee army, the fugitives did have to cross the Cumberland and the Tennessee, and do both soon. The Cumberland, Sue, is not apt to give you much trouble. Pryor sipped at his glass with a relish. "If, of course, you contemplate a try at the Tennessee, that will be a different matter. I trust your commander will be amply prepared for difficulties there. But General Morgan is not to be easily caught napping, or so his reputation stands. I wish you the best of luck." "Is that your horse out there, young man?" the proprietor of the drugstore addressed Drew. "That big stallion?" Drew put his glass on the counter and spun around. "What's he doing now?" "Nothing," Hale returned quickly. "Ransom." Out of nowhere Hale's servant appeared. "Get the saddlebags from that horse." Surprised at this high-handed demand for his property, Drew waited for enlightenment. When Ransom returned with the bags, Hale took them, moved quickly to a cabinet, and unlocked it. By handfuls he took small boxes from the shelves inside, added some paper packets, and then buckled the straps tightly over the new bulge. "I understand," he said in his dry, precise voice, "there is a pressing need for quinine, morphine, and the like in the South." Drew could only nod as Hale held out the bags. "Give this to your surgeon, young man, with my compliments. There is little enough we can do, but this is something." Drew stammered his thanks, knowing that those boxes and packets crammed into his bags meant a fortune to a blockade runner, but far more to men in the improvised hospitals behind the gray lines. Hale waved away Drew's thanks, adding only a last warning: keep your bags dry if you contemplate a river crossing. I would like to make sure that those drugs do reach the right hands intact. Rennie. Hart hailed him from the door. There's a boy here with a mule, he says it's for you. Pryor put down his glass. It's Hannibal. I think you will find him acceptable, Sue. An even-tempered animal for the most part, and the surest-footed one I have ever ridden. Then you do ride him? Boyd spoke for the first time. Naturally he has been ridden, by me. I would not offer him otherwise, Sue. Pryor's flash of indignation was quick. Hannibal's dam was Dido, a fine trotting mare. He's an excellent mount. The mule stood in the street, ears slightly forward, eyeing King warily. He was a big animal, groomed until his gray coat shone under the sun, wearing a well-rubbed and oiled saddle and trappings. As Drew approached he lowered his head, sniffing inquiringly at the scout. Your new master, Hannibal, Pryor addressed the animal with the gravity of one making a formal introduction. You are about to be mustered into the cavalry. Hannibal appeared to consider this and then shook his big head up and down in a vigorous nod. Boyd laughed and Kirby offered vocal encouragement. Mount up and see if you have to go smoothin' out any humps. If you're goin' to ride that critter, get on. Hart called. His tone expressed urgency as if he had learned something in town which should send them out of Cotty's in a hurry. Drew's previous experience with mules had not been as a rider. He had heard plenty about their sure-footedness, their ability to keep going as pack animals and wagon teams when horses gave out, their intelligence, as well as that stubbornness which lay on the darker side of the scales. He advanced on Hannibal now a little distrustfully, settling into the saddle on the animal's back with the care of one expecting some unpleasant reaction. But Hannibal merely swung his head about as if to make sure by sight, as well as pressure of weight on his back, that his rider was safely aloft. Relaxing, Drew saluted Pryor. My thanks to you, Sue. Think nothing of it, young man. Luck to you, all of you. That we can use, Sue, Kirby returned. Adios. Hart's impatience was so patent that Drew had only hasty thanks for hail before the trooper had them on their way out of town. When they were at a trot Kirby joined their guide. How come you workin' on your critter's rump with a double of rope? Get sight of some blue belly hangin' out to dry gulch us? We ain't too welcome hereabouts. Hart did look worried, and Drew was alert. Yankees? He asked. Hart shook his head. Just some of the boys, they don't want no attention pulled this way, not right now. The bank money, and the guerrillas. Yes, holding up the Cotty's bank if and when any gold reached there, would appeal to the local irregulars, who might be so irregular as to be on the cold side of the law, even in wartime with the enemy their victim. Drew fitted one piece to another and thought he could guess the full pattern. Kirby looked from one to the other. Boyd was completely at a loss. A moment later the Texan spoke again. I'm never one to argue with local talent, specially if they wear their colts low and loose. Doin' that is apt to make a man wolf meat. We to now, this he a river? Drew nodded. The Cumberland must be scouted. And, after that, the more formidable barrier of the Tennessee. He had not needed Pryor's warning about the latter. Ever since they had left Bardstown and knew they were headed for that barrier, Drew had been carrying worry at the back of his mind. But Pryor was also right about the Cumberland. Hart agreed to ride back to the company with the information to direct them to the best crossing. While Drew, Kirby, and Boyd went on to the last barrier between them and eventual escape southwest. Here the Tennessee was a flood, a narrow lake more than a river. As they traveled its eastern bank Boyd halted now and again to study the waste of water dubiously. It's wide, he said in a subdued voice. Kirby spat accurately at a leaf drifting just below. Need us some fish fixin's here, he agreed. You swim? He asked the other two. There had been ponds at home where both of them in childhood had paddled about with most of the young male populations of Red Springs and Oak Hill. But whether they could trust that somewhat limited skill to get them over this flood was another matter. Some. Boyd appeared to have discovered caution. I'm not sayin' yet, Kirby commented. Splashin' round some in a little bitty wadin' pool, and gittin' out in this, don't balance none. Ain't every hoss takes kindly to water, neither. I'd say we'd better see what's the chances of knockin' together a raft or somethin'. Less we can find us a boat. But boats were not to be found, unless they were willing to risk discovery by trying to cross near a well-settled district. And when Captain Campbell joined them that afternoon he insisted on the need of speed over a longer reconnaissance. The Yankees are closing in, he told the trio by the river. If we try to cross at a town, they'll have a point to center on. Rafts, yes, we can try to build rafts, have to ferry over the men who can't swim, and our gear. This is the time we must push, fast. The remote section of bank which Drew had chosen became a scene of activity as the company came in, a tight bunch, not long after Campbell. The stragglers came later, pushing beat-out horses, one or two riding double. They had no tools other than bowie knives, and their attempts at raft building were not only awkward but in the most cases futile. When they did have a mat which would stick together after a fashion, they were determined to put it to the test at once. None of them had much practice in getting horses over such a wide body of water, and there were a great many freely voiced suggestions concerning the best methods. Kirby stood watching the first attempt, his face blank of expression, a sign Drew had come to recognize as the Texans' withdrawal from a situation or action of which he did not approve. There were 5 men squeezed together on the flimsy-looking raft and they had strung out their mounts in a line, the head of one horse linked by leading rope to the tail of the one before him. You don't think it's going to work? Drew asked Kirby. The Texan shrugged. Maybe, only hosses don't think like men. And, a lot of hosses don't take kindly to gittin' we thea ain't no footin'. I want to see a little more, for I roll out. Kirby's misgivings were amply justified. For that first voyage was doomed to a tragic and speedy end. The second horse in line, losing footing as the river bed fell away beneath him, reared in fright, caught his 4 feet over the rope linking him to his fellow, and so jerked his head underwater by his own frenzied struggles. Before the men on the wildly dipping raft were able to cut the now fright-maddened animals loose, 3 in that string had drowned themselves by their uncontrolled plunges, and the others were being dragged under. Boyd dived from the upper bank before Drew could stop him. It was madness to go anywhere near the struggling horses. But somehow Boyd's blond head broke water at the side of the last gasping animal. He took a grip on the waterlogged mane, his body bobbing up and down with the jerks of the horse's forequarters, until he had sawed through the lead cord and was able to start the mount back toward the shore, swimming beside him. Drew was waiting with Kirby to give Boyd a hand up the bank. You could have been pulled under. Boyd was grinning. But I wasn't. And the horse is all right, too. He patted the wet haunch of the shivering animal. That was bad, they pulled each other down. It was a disheartening beginning. But as the hours slipped by they had better success. 1 horse, 2, 3 could be towed on separate ropes behind the raft. And in the morning there was a cockle shell of a boat oared in by one of the men who had found it downriver. They had ferried and crossed well into the dusk of the evening. And at the first dawn they were at it again. Drew tried to remember how many times he had made that trip, swimming or rowing, always with some mount as his special charge. More than half the company had sworn they could not swim, and so the burden of the transfer fell upon their fellows. Rennie, that was Campbell climbing up from the raft after another weary passage across. There's trouble on the other side. You've been using that mule of yours to get some of the horses over, haven't you? Drew was so tired that words were too much trouble to shape. He nodded dully. Pryor had been right about Hannibal. The big mule had not only taken his own passage across the Tennessee as a matter-of-course proceeding, but had shouldered and urged along 3 horses as he went. And twice since then Drew had taken him back and forth to bring in skittish mounts causing trouble. That horse of mine's running wild, he broke out of the water twice. The captain caught at Drew's bare arm so hard his nails cut. Think you could get him over with the mule's help? Drew wavered a little as he walked slowly to where he had picketed Hannibal after their last trip. He was tired, and although he had eaten earlier that morning, he was hungry again. It was warm and the sun was climbing, but the air felt chill against his naked body and he shivered. The one thing they were all getting out of this river business, Drew decided, were much-needed baths. Kirby, his body white save for tanned face and throat, sun-darkened hands and wrists, crouched on the raft as Drew brought Hannibal down to that unwieldy craft. "Tryin' for the Captain's house. What's wrong with it?" Drew helped the Texan push off. "Reaches no bottom, and then it plain warps its backbone tryin' to paw down the sky. Maybe that mule can get some sense into the loco critter. But I'm not buyin' no chips on his doin' it." Drew located Campbell's horse, a rangy, good-looking gray which reminded him a little of the colt he had seen at Red Springs. Snorting and trotting back and forth along the path they had worn on the banks during their efforts of the past 24 hours. One of the rear guard held its lead rope and kept as far from the skittish animal as he could. "He's plumb mean," the guardian informed Drew. "When he jumps, get out from under, quick." Yet when Drew, mounted on Hannibal now, brought the horse down to the water's edge, the horse appeared to go willingly enough. The scout tossed the lead rope to Kirby, waiting until the raft pushed off with its load of men and fringe of horses, then took to the river beside Campbell's horse. When they reached the deeper section he saw the gray go into action. Rearing, the horse appeared about to try to climb onto the raft. And the man holding its lead rope dropped it quickly. Drew, swimming, one hand on Hannibal's powerful shoulder, tried to guide the mule toward the horse that was still splashing up and down in a rocking horse movement. But the mule veered suddenly, and Drew saw those threatening hoofs loom over his own head. He pushed away frantically, but too late to miss a numbing blow as one hoof grazed his shoulder. Somehow, with his other hand outflung, he caught Hannibal's rope tail and held on with all the strength he had left, while the water washed in and out of a long raw gouge in the skin and muscles of his upper arm. 8. Happy birthday, soldier. No water here either. Boyd climbed up the bank of what might once have been a promising stream. Carrying 3 canteens, he ran the tip of his tongue over his lips unhappily. "It sure is hot." They had turned off the road, which was now filled with men, horses, men, artillery, and men, all slogging purposefully forward. They composed an army roused out before daylight, on the move toward another army holed in behind a breastworks and waiting. And overall, the exhausting blanket of mid-July heat which pressed to squeeze all the vital juices out of both man and animal. Drew touched his aching arm soothingly. It still hurt, although the rawness had healed during the weeks between that turbulent crossing of the Tennessee and this morning in Mississippi as they moved at the Union position on the ridge above the abandoned ghost town of Harrisburg. The remnant of Morgan fugitives, some 80 strong, had fallen in with General Bedford Forrest's ranging scouts at Corinth, and had ridden still farther southward to join his main army just on the eve of what promised to be a big battle. "Hot," echoed Kirby. "A man could get hisself killed today and never know no difference." They were reluctant to re-enter the stream progressing along the road. The dust was ankle-deep there, choking thick when stirred by feet and hoof to a powdery cloud. In contrast, there were no clouds in the sky, and the sun promised to be a ball of brass very soon. Yesterday had been as punishing. Men wilted in the road, overcome by heat and lack of water. If there ever had been any moisture in this country, it had long ago been boiled away. The very leaves were brittle and grayish-looking where they weren't inches deep in dust. As of last night, the Morgan men were an addition to Crossland's Kentuckians under General Buford. The speech of the blue grass was familiar, but nothing yet had made them a part of this new army with which they marched. Drew reached for one of the canteens. His worry over Boyd, dulled by the passing of time, stirred sluggishly. The other had kept up the grueling pace which had brought the fugitives across half of Kentucky, all of Tennessee, and into this new eddy of war, making no complaint after his first harsh introduction to action, which might be in part an adventure, but which was mostly something to be endured, with the dogged stubbornness of a seasoned veteran. And Boyd had manifestly toughened in that process. After Drew's mishap in the river, Boyd had accepted responsibility, helping to keep the scout in the saddle and riding, even when Drew had been bemused by a day or two of fever, unaware of either their enforced pace or their destination. No, somewhere along the line of retreat Drew had stopped worrying about Boyd. And now, with the youngster already appointed horse-holder for the day's battle, he need not think of him engulfed in action. Though any fighting future was decided mainly by the capricious chance which struck one man down and allowed his neighbor to march on unscathed. "You men, over there, close up." A officer, hardly to be distinguished from the men he rode among, waved them back to the column. Then they were dismounting. As Drew handed Hannibal over to Boyd's care, he was glad again that the other was safely behind the battle line moving up in the thin woods. During the night the enemy had thrown together the breastworks on the ridge, weaving together axe trees, timbers torn out of the abandoned houses of the village, anything the Union leader could commandeer for such use. And between that improvised fortification and the cover in which the Confederates now waited was a section of open ground, varying in width with the wanderings of a now dry river. Where the Kentuckians were stationed, there must have stretched about 300 yards of that open, Drew estimated. And the woods bordering it on this side were so thin that any charge would take them into plain sight for 500 yards of approach. Field pieces brought into line on the wood side, hidden above by the breastworks, opened up in a dull pom-pom duel. Drew saw a shell strike earth not far away, bounce twice, still intact, and roll on toward the Confederate lines. The zip-zip of the minis had not yet begun. And this waiting was the hardest part of all. Drew tried to pin all his powers of concentration on a study of the ground immediately before him, the slope up which they would have to win in order to have it out with the now hidden enemy. He made himself calculate just which path to take when the orders to charge came. Although his arm prevented his using a carbine or rifle, his 2 Colts were loaded, and one was in his hand. He glanced around. Kirby. There was a Morgan trooper next. Drew tried to remember his name. Laswell. Townstead, no, Clinton. Tom Clinton. He'd done picket duty with Drew. And beyond Clinton, there was Kirby, his lips pulled tight in what might have been a grin, but which Drew thought was not. Then. Boyd. But Boyd was back with the horses, he had to be. Drew edged forward a little, trying to see better. If it were Boyd, he had to wrench him out of that line and get the boy back. A hot emotion close to panic boiled up in Drew. Somewhere, through the pound of the artillery, a bugle blared. And Drew's muscles obeyed that call, even as he still tried to see who was fourth in line from him. Slowly at first, they were on the move. The sun was up, shining directly into their faces. But in spite of the glare, they could still see the Union works and the flash of guns along it. They were moving faster, coming to a trot. Officers shouted here and there, trying to slow that steady advance. Why? Then, drowning out the bugles, the mutter and roar of the artillery, came the yell. Their shambling trot quickened. Men were running now, forming a great wave to lick up at the breastworks. Men in that line did not know, or care, that they were moving without the promised support on right and left. They did not hear the disturbed orders of the officers still striving to slow them, to wrench them back into a battle plan already too broken to mend. All they cared about now was the field clear for running, the weapons in their hands, the enemy waiting under the hot morning sun. Drew never remembered afterward that splendid useless charge except as chaos. He could not have told just when they were caught in a murderous crossfire which poured canister at their undefended flanks. A man went down before him, stumbling. The scout caught his foot against the writhing body, pitched head forward, and struck on his bad arm. For a moment or two the stabbing pain of that made the world red and black. Then Drew was up on one knee again, just in time to realize foggily that the Yankees were ripping at their flanks, that their charge was pocketed by lead and steel, being wiped out. He steadied his gun hand on the crook of his injured arm, tried to find some target, then fired feverishly without one, the gun's recoil sending shivers of pain through his whole shoulder and side. The first wave of men had great gaps torn in its length. But those remaining on their feet still ran up the slope, screaming their defiance. A handful reached the breastworks. Drew saw one man by some strange fortune scramble to the top of that timber wall, stand balanced for a moment in triumph to take aim at a target below as if he himself were invulnerable, and then plunge, as might a diver cleaving a pool. Out of sight on the other side. Men faltered, the fire was breaking them, crumpling up the lines. All the Union might was concentrated in a lead-and canister hail on the remnants of the brigade, making of the slope a holocaust in which nothing human could continue to advance. But new lines of gray-brown came steadily from the woodland, racing, yelling, steadfast in their determination to storm that barricade and pluck out the Yankees with their hands. They were wild men, with no thought of personal safety. A color-bearer went down. His standard was seized by his right-rank man before its red folds hit the churned, stained ground, the soldier flinging aside his rifle to take tight grip on the pole. The line came on at a run. Now broken squads of Kentuckians reformed, a battered lacework of what had been companies, regiments, joined the newcomers. Drew was on his feet. Where Kirby or any others of the small Morgan contingent had vanished, whether Boyd had been with them, he did not know. He jammed his now empty Colt into its holster, drew its twin, still not wholly aware that the breastworks were too far away for small arms fire to have any effect. Now the whole world was no larger than that stretch of open ground and the breastworks, the men in blue behind them. Only the flanking fire still withered the gray lines, curling them up as the sun had withered and curled the leaves on the shrubs by the dried stream bed. This was walking stiff-legged through a bath of fire, sun fire, lead death fire, with no end except the hope of reaching the ridge top and the fight waiting there. But they could not reach that wall, except singly, or in twos and threes, then only to fall. And the waves of men no longer broke from the woods to lap up and recede sullenly down the slope. Out of nowhere, just as they fell back to the first fringe of trees, came an officer on a tall gray horse. His coat was gone, he rode in his shirt sleeves, and a bullet-torn tatter waved from one wide shoulder. Above prominent cheekbones, his eyes were hot and bright, his clipped beard pointed sharply from a jaw which must be grimly set, his face was flushed, and his energy and will was like a cloud to engulf the disheartened men as he bore down upon them. His galloping course threaded through the shattered groups of Kentuckians, men fast disintegrating into a mob as the realization of their failure on the slope began to strike home, no longer a portion of an army believing in itself. But, sighting him, they followed his route with a rising wave of cheers, cheers which even though they came from dry throats rose in force and violence to that inarticulate yell which had raised them past all fear up the hill. From his saddle, the officer leaned to grab at a standard, whirling the flag aloft and around his head so that its scarlet length, crossed with the starred blue bands, made a tossing splotch of color, to hold and draw men's eyes. And now he was shouting, too, somehow his words carrying through the uproar in the woods. Rally! Rally on colors! Forest! A man beside Drew whooped, threw his hat into the air. The old man's here. Forest! They were pulled together about that rider and his waving standard. Lines tightened, death-made gaps closed. They steadied, again a fighting command and not a crowd of men facing defeat. And having welded that force, Forrest did not demand a second charge. He was furiously angry, not with them, Drew sensed, but with someone or something beyond the men crowding about him. It was not until afterward that rumor seeped out through the ranks. It had not been Forrest's kind of battle, not his plan. And he now had 500 empty saddles to weight the scales after a battle which was not his. Drew leaned against a bullet-clipped tree. Men were at work with some of the same will as had taken them to attack, building a barricade of their own, expecting a counter-thrust from the enemy. He wiped his sweaty face with the back of his hand. His throat was one long dry ache, nowhere had he seen a familiar face. Somewhere among this collection of broken units and scrambled companies of survivors he must find his own. He stood away from the tree, fighting thirst, weariness, and the shaking reaction from the past few hours, to move through the badly mauled force. Afraid to allow himself to think what, or who, might still lie out on the ridge under the white heat of the sun. Rennie. Drew rounded a field piece which had been manhandled off the firing line, one will shattered. He steadied himself against its caisson and turned his head with caution, fearing to be downed by the vertigo which seemed to strike in waves ever since he had retreated to the cover of the woods. He wanted to find the horse lines, to make sure that he had not seen Boyd on the field just before the bugle had lifted them all into that abortive charge. It was Driscoll who hailed him. He had a red-stained rag tied about his forearm and carried his hand tucked into the half-open front of his shirt. Drew walked toward him slowly, feeling oddly detached. He noted that the trooper's weathered face had a greenish shade, that his mouth was working as if he were trying to shape soundless words. "Where are the rest?" Drew asked. Driscoll's good hand motioned to the left. 4, 5, some there. Standish, he got it with a shell, no head, not any more. He gave a sound like a giggle, and then his hand went hastily to his mouth as he retched dryly. Drew caught the other's shoulder, shaking him. "The others?" he demanded more loudly, trying to pierce the curtain of shock to Driscoll's thinking mind. 4, 5, some, Driscoll repeated. "Standish, he's dead." "Did I tell you about Standish?" A shell came along and... "Yes, you told me about Standish. Now show me where the others are." Still keeping his shoulder grip, Drew edged Driscoll about until the trooper was pointed in the general direction to which he had gestured. Now Drew gave the man a push and followed. "Rennie." That was Captain Campbell. He was kneeling by a man on the ground, a canteen in his hand. Drew lurched forward. He was so sure that that inert casualty was Boyd, and that Boyd was dead. "Boyd," he murmured stupidly, refusing to believe his eyes. The man lying there had a brush of grayish beard on his chin, a mat of hair which moved up and down as he breathed in heavy, panting gasps. "Boyd?" This time the scout made a question of it. One of the men in that little group moved. "He got it, out there." Drew shifted his weight. He felt as if he were striving to move a body as heavy and as inert as that of an unconscious man. It took so long even to raise his hand. Before he could question the trooper further, another was before him. Kirby, his powder-blackened face only inches away from that of the man he had seized by a handful of shirt front, demanded, "How do you know?" The man pulled back but not out of Kirby's clutch. "He was right beside me. Went down on the slope before we fell back." So, Drew's thinking process was as slow as his weary body. He had been right back there on the field. Boyd had been in the first line, and he was still out there. Again, Drew made one of those careful turns to keep his unsteadiness under control. If Boyd was out there, he must be brought back, now. Hands closed on Drew's shoulders, jerking him back so that he collided with another body, and was held pinned against his captor. "You can't go Thea now." Kirby spoke so closely to his ear that the words were a roaring in his head. But they did not make sense. Drew tried to wrench loose of that hold, the pain in his half-healed arm answering. Then there was a period he could not account for at all, and suddenly the sun was fading and it was evening. Somebody pushed a canteen into his hand, then lifted both hand and canteen for him so that he could drink some liquid which was not clear water but thick and brackish, evil-tasting, but which moistened his dry mouth and swollen tongue. Through the gathering dusk he could see distant splotches of red and yellow. Were they fires? And shells screamed somewhere. Drew held his head between his hands and cowered under that beat of noise which combined with the pulsation of pain just over his eyes. Men were moving around him, and horses. He heard tags of speech, but none of them were intelligible. Was the army pulling out? Drew tried to think coherently. He had something to do. It was important. Not here, where? The boom of the field artillery, the flickering of those fires, they confused him, making it difficult to sort out his memories. Again, a canteen appeared before him, but now he pushed it petulantly aside. He didn't want a drink, he wanted to think, to recall what it was he had to do. Drew. There was a figure, outlined in part by one of those fires, squatting beside him. Can you ride? Ride? Where? Why? He had a mule, didn't he? Back in the horse lines. Boyd, he had left the mule with Boyd. Boyd. Now he knew what had to be done. He moved away from the outstretched hand of the man beside him, got to his feet, saw the blot of a mount the other was holding. And he caught at reins, dragged them from the other's hand before he could resist. Boyd. He didn't know whether he called that name aloud, or whether it was one with the beat in his head. Boyd was out on that littered field, and Drew was going to bring him in. Towing the half-seen animal by the reins, Drew started for the fires and the boom of the guns. All right. The words came to him hollowly. But not that way, you're loco. This way. The Yankees are burnin' up what's left of the town. That ain't the battlefield. Drew was ready to resist, but now his own eyes confirmed that. Fire was raging among the few remaining buildings of the ghost town, and shells were striking at targets pinned in that light, shells from Confederate batteries, taking sullen return payment for that disastrous July day. A lantern bobbed by his side, swinging to the tread of the man carrying it. And, as they turned away from the inferno which was consuming Harrisburg, Drew saw other such lights in the night, threading along the slope. This was the heartbreaking search, among the dead, for the living, who might yet be brought back to the agony of the field hospitals. He was not the only one hunting through the human wreckage tonight. I've talked to Johnson, Kirby said. It'll be like huntin' for a steer in the big brush, but we can only try. They could only try. Drew thought he was hardened to sights, sounds. He had helped bring wounded away from other fields, but somehow this was different. Yet, oddly enough, the thought that Boyd could be, must be, lying somewhere on that slope stiffened Drew, quickened his muscles back into obedience, kept him going at a steady pace as he led Hannibal carefully through the tangle of the dead. Twice they found and freed the still living, saw them carried away by search parties. And they were working their way closer to the breastworks. Ho, there, Johnny. The call came out of the dark, out of the wall hiding the Yankee forces. Drew straightened from a sickening closer look at three who had fallen together. Johnny. The call was louder, rising over the din from the burning town. One of yours, he's been callin' out some, to your left now. Kirby held up the lantern. The circle of light spread, catching on a spurred boot. That tiny glint of metal moved, or was it the booted foot which had twitched? Drew strode forward as Kirby swung the lantern in a wider arc. The man on the ground lay on his back, his hands moving feebly to tear at the already rent shirt across his chest. There was a congealed mass of blood on one leg just above the boot top. Drew knew that flushed and swollen face in spite of its distortion, they had found what they had been searching for. Kirby pulled those frantic hands away from the strips of calico, the scratched flesh beneath, but there was no wound there. The leg injury Drew learned by quick examination was not too bad a one. And they could discover no other hurt. Only the delirium, the flushed face, and the fast breathing suggested worse trouble. Son, maybe. Kirby transferred his hold to the rolling head, vicing it still between his hands while Drew dripped a scanty stream of the unpalatable water from the Texan's canteen onto Boyd's crusted, gaping lips. I'll mount Hannibal. You hold him. Drew said. He can't stay in the saddle by himself. Somehow they managed. Boyd's head, still rolling back and forth, moved now against Drew's sound shoulder. Kirby steadied his trailing legs, then went ahead with the lantern. Before they moved off, Drew turned his head to the breastworks. Thanks, Yankee. He called as loudly and clearly as his thirst-dried throat allowed. There was no answer from the hidden picket or sentry, if he were still there. Then Hannibal paced down the slope. The Calhoun place? Kirby asked. Hannibal stumbled, and Boyd cried out, the cry becoming a moan. Yes. Aunts, Drew added dully, do you know, this was his birthday, today. I just remembered. 16 today. Maybe somewhere he could find the surgeon to whom last night he had turned over the drugs in his saddlebags. The doctor's gratitude had been incredulous then. But that was before the battle, before a red tide of broken men had flowed into the dressing station at the Calhoun house. The leg wound was not too bad, but the sun had affected the boy who had lain in its full glare most of the day. He must have help. The saddlebags of drugs, Boyd needing help, one should balance the other. Those facts seesawed back and forth in Drew's aching head, and he held his muttering burden close as Kirby found them a path away from the rending guns and the blaze of the fires. 9. One more river to cross. The weather is sure agin this here war. A man's either frizzled clean outta his saddle by the heat, or else his hoss's belly's deep in the mud and he gets him a gully washer down the back of his neck. Me, I'm a West Texas boy, and down Thea we have lizard fryin' days and twisters that are regular hell winds, and northers that'll freeze you solid in one little puff off. But then all us boys was raised on rattlesnakes, wildcats, and cactus juice, we're kinda hardened to such. Only I ain't seen as how this half of the country is much better. Maybe we shouldn't have switched our range. Drew grinned at Kirby's stream of whispered comment and complaint as they wriggled their way forward through brush to look down on a Union blockhouse and stockade guarding a railroad trestle. Weather don't favor either side. The Yankees have it just as bad, don't they? The Texan made a snake's noiseless progress to come even with his companion's vantage point. Sure, but then they should. They ought to pay up somehow for huntin' their hosses on somebody else's range. We'd be right peaceable was they to throw their hoofs outta here. My, look at them millin' round down Thea. Just like a bunch of ants, ain't they? Had us one of Captain Morton's bull pups now, we could throw us a few shells as would make that nest boil right over into the gully. We'll do something when the general gets here, Drew promised. Kirby nodded. Yes, and this here General Forrest, too. He sure can ramrod a top outfit. Just prances round the country so that the poor little blue bellies don't know when he's goin' to pop out of some bush, makin' war talk at them. You know, the kid's gonna be hoppin' to think he missed this here show. At least we know where he is and what he's doin'. Kirby propped his chin on his forearm. Just 'bout now he's sittin' down at the table back Thea in Meridian with a sight of fancy grub lookin' back at him. How long you think he's gonna take to be corralled that way? General Buford gave him strict orders personally. Nice to have a general take an interest in you, Kirby commented. You Kaintuck boys, you're scattered all through this here army. Want to stay with Boyd, 'cause he's Eileen, so you just find you a general from your home state and talk yourself into a transfer. Notice you wanted me to talk you into one, too. Well, Missouri, Mississippi, and Tennessee are a sight nearer Texas and home than Virginia. Anyway, Thea warn't much left of our old outfit, and this here Forrest is headin' up a sassy bunch. So I'm glad you did find you a general to sling some weight and get us into his scouts just 'cause he knew your grandpappy. Kaintuck stick together. There was a second of silence through which they could both hear the faint sounds of life from the stockade. Father was a Texan, Drew said suddenly. Now that's a right interestin' observation, Kirby remarked. Here I was all the time thinkin' you was one of these here fast ridin', fine livin' gentlemen what was given some tone to the army. Not just 'nother range drifter from the big spaces. What part of Texas you from, Brazos? Oh, I wasn't born there. You had a war down that way, remember? You mean when Santa Anna came trottin' in with his tail high, thinkin' as how he could talk harsh to some of us Tejano? No, later than that, when some of us went down to talk harsh in Mexico. Sure. Only I don't recollect that Thea powder burnin' contest, himself. MPA went, got him these here fancy hoss ticklers Thea. Kirby moved his hand toward the spurs he had taken off and tucked into his shirt for safekeeping to muffle the jingle while they were on scout. Took M away from a mech's officer, personal. Me, I was too young to draw fightin' wages in that Thea dust up. My father wasn't too young, and he drew his wages permanent. My grandfather went down to Texas and brought my mother back to Kentucky just in time for me to appear. My grandfather didn't like Texans. And maybe not your father, special. Drew smiled, this time mirthlessly. Just so. You see, father came up from Texas to get his shulin, in Kentucky. He was studyin' to be a doctor at Lexington. And he was pretty young and kind of wild. He had one meetin'. You mean one of them pistol duels? Yes. So my grandfather warned him off seein' his daughter. I never heard the rights of it, but it seems father didn't take kindly to bein' ordered around. Kirby chuckled. That Thea feelin' is borned right into a Texas boy. He probably took the gal and ran off with her. You're guessing right. At least that's the story as I've put it together. Mostly nobody would tell me anything. I was the black sheep from the day I was born. But your ma, she'd give you the right of it. She died when I was born. That's another thing my grandfather had against me. I was Hunt Rennie's son, and I killed my mother, that's the way he saw it. Kirby rolled his head on his arm so that his hazel eyes were on Drew's thin, too controlled features. Sounds like your grandpappy had a burr under his tail and bucked it out on you. You might see it that way. You know, aunts, I'd like to see Texas. After we finish up this here war, compadre, we can just mosey down Thea and look it over good. Happen you don't take to Texas, why, Thea is New Mexico, the Arizona territory, clean out to California, we they dip up that Thea gold dust so free. Ain't nothin' sayin' a man has to stay on one range all his born days. Looks like the war ain't doin' too well. Drew was watching the activity in the stockade. Well, we lost us Atlanta, sure enough. And every time we close up ranks, Thea's empty saddle's showin'. But General Forrest, he's still toughenin' it out. Me, I'll trail along with him any day in the week. Hey! Kirby was drawing a bead on a shaking bush. But the man edging through was Hugh Wilkins, General Buford's sergeant of scouts. He crawled up beside them to peer at the blockhouse. They're pullin' out. The men in blue coats were lining up about a small wagon train. Wilkins used binoculars for a closer look. Your report was right, those are Negro troops. No wonder they're clearin' out, fast. Cheatin' us outta a fight, Kirby observed with mock seriousness. All the better. Kirby, you cut back and tell the general they're givin' us free passage. We can get the work done here, quick. Back to axes, and some nice dry firewood, and see what we can do to mess up the railroads for the Yankees. Only, seems like we're messin' up a sight of railroads, all down in our own part of the country. I'd like to be doin' this up in one of them Thea Yankee states like New York, say, or Indiana. Saw me some mighty fine railroads to cut up, that time General Morgan took us on a sachet through Indiana. Kirby got to his feet and stretched. Drew unwound his own lanky length to join the other. Maybe the old man will be leadin' us up there, too. Wilkins put away the binoculars. Rennie, we'll move on down there and see if we can pick up any information. 2 months or a little more since Harrisburg. The brazen heat had given way to torrents in mid-August, and the rain had made quagmire traps of roads, forming rapids of every creek and river, bogging down horses, men, and guns. But it had not bogged down Bedford Forrest. And one section of his small force, under the command of General Buford leading the Kentuckians, had held the Union forces in check, while the other, under Forrest's personal leadership, had swung past Smith and his blue coats in a lightning raid on Memphis. Now in September the rain was still falling in the mountains, keeping the streams up to bank level. And Forrest was also on the move. After the Memphis raid there had been a second honing of his army into razor sharpness, a razor to be brought down with its cutting edge across those railroads which carried the lifeblood of supplies to the Union Army around Atlanta. Blockhouses fell to dogged attack or surrendered to Bluff, the bluff of Forrest's name. The Kentucky General Buford was leading his division of the command up the railroad toward the Elk River Bridge, and that was below the scouts now, being abandoned by the Union troopers. Two factors had brought Drew into Buford's scouts. If Dr. Cowan, Forrest's own chief surgeon, had not been the medical officer to whom Drew had by chance delivered those saddlebags of drugs, and if Abram Buford had not been a division commander, Drew might not have been able to push through his transfer. But Cowan had spoken to Forrest, and General Buford had known both the Barretts and the Maddocks all his life. Boyd had recovered speedily from the leg wound, but his convalescence from heat exhaustion and the ensuing complications was still in progress. Though he had reached the point that only General Buford's strict orders had kept him from this second raid into enemy territory. Now he was safe in a private home in Meridian, where he was being treated as a son of the house, and Drew had even managed to send a letter to Cousin Mary with that information. He only hoped that she had received it. As for the change in commands, Drew was content. Perhaps the more so since the news had come less than 2 weeks earlier that John Morgan was dead. He had gone down fighting, shooting it out with Yankee troopers in a rain-wet garden in Tennessee on a Sunday morning. Men were dying, dead, and maybe a cause was dying, too. Drew's thought flinched away from that line now, trying to keep to the job before them. There was the abandoned stockade to destroy, the trestle and bridge to knock to pieces, and if they had time, the tracks to tear up, heat, and twist out of shape. Wilkins stood behind a pile of wood cut for engine fuel. They are on the run, all right. Headin' toward Pulaski. Think they'll make a stand there? One guess is as good as another. If they do, we'll smoke them out. Keep 'em busy and chase 'em clean out of their hats and back to camp. The destruction of the blockhouse and the trestle could be left to the army behind. The scouts moved on again. The boys are having themselves a time. Kirby returned to his post with the advance. Tying bowknots in rails gets easier all the time. When this here campaign is over, we'll know more 'bout talking railroads apart than the fellas who make 'em know 'bout puttin' 'em together. Trouble. Drew reined in Hannibal and waved to Wilkins. There's a picket up there. Kirby's gaze followed the other's pointing finger. Kinda green at the business, he commented critically. Sorta makin' a sittin' target of hisself. Like to tickle him up with a shot. We don't get much action out of this. I'd say we're plannin' to go in now. A squad of Buford's advance filtered up through the trees, and an officer, his insignia of rank 2-inch strips of yellowish ribbon sewed to the collar of a mud-brown coat, was conferring with Wilkins. Then the clear notes of the bugle charge rang out. Forrest's men were as adept as Morgan's raiders in making a show of force seem twice the number of men actually in the field. They now whirled in and out of a wild pattern which should impress the Yankee picket with the fact that at least a full regiment was advancing. 3 miles from Pulaski the Yankees made a stand, slamming back with all they had, but Buford was pushing just as hard and determinedly. Gray-Brown boiled out of cover and charged, yelling. That electric spark of reckless determination which had taken the Kentucky columns up the slope at Harrisburg flashed again from man to man. Drew tasted the old headiness which could sweep a man out of sanity, send him plunging ahead, aware only of the waiting enemy. The Union lines broke under those shock waves, men ran for the town behind them. But there was no taking that town. By early afternoon they had them fenced in, held by a show of force. Only in the night, leaving their fires burning, the Confederates slipped away. Rains hit again, guns and wagons bogged. But they kept on into rough and rocky country. They had taken enough horses from the Union corrals at the blockhouses to mount the men who had tramped patiently along the ruts in just that hope. Better still, sugar and coffee from the rich Yankee supply depot at the Brown farm was now filling rebel stomachs. Drew sat on his heels by a palm-sized fire, watching with weary content the tin pail boiling there. The aroma rising from it was one he had almost forgotten existed in this world of constant riding and poor forage. Hope it kicks in the middle and packs double. Kirby rested a tin cup on one knee, ready and waiting. Me, I like mine strong enough to rest a horseshoe on, gentle-like. Yankees are obligin, one way or another. Drew licked his fingers appreciatively. He had been exploring the sugar supply. I've missed Swedenin. Drink up, boys, and get ready to ride, Wilkins said, coming out of the dark. We've marchin' orders. Kirby reached for the pot and poured its contents, with careful measurement, into each waiting cup. We to now, Sarge. Seems like we've covered most of this here range already. Huntsville. We have to locate a river crossin'. Drew looked up. Startin' back, Sarge. Heard talk, Wilkins admitted. Most of the blue bellies in these parts are tenin' lines to aim square at us. We can't take on all of Sherman's bully boys. Got him riled, though, ain't we? All right. Kirby was energetically fanning the top of his steaming cup with his free hand. Get this down to warm toes, Sarge, and I'll stick them same toes in the stirrups and jingle off. Come on, Drew, no man never joined up with the army to get hisself a comfortable life. Certainly that last statement of the Texans was proven correct during the next 6 days. A feint toward the Yankee garrison at Huntsville occupied the enemy until the wagon train and artillery moved on to the Tennessee River. And along its northern banks, Buford's scouts ranged. Already high for the season, the waters were still rising. And all the transportation they could collect were 3 ferry boats at Florence and a few skiffs, not enough to serve all the Confederate force pushing for that escape route. Athens, which Forrest had occupied on the upswing of the raid, was already back in Union hands, and the blue forces were closing in a countrywide sweep, backing the gray cavalry against the river. By the 3rd of October Buford had the boats in action, ferrying across men, equipment, and artillery in a steady stream of night and day or labor. The stout general, mounted on a big mule, a large animal to carry a large man, gave the scouts new orders. Try downriver, boys. We're in a pinchers here, and they may be goin' to nip us, hard. He rolled a big cheroot from a Yankee commissary store between his teeth, watching the wind whip the surface of the river into good-sized waves about the laboring boats. Anything usable below Florence, we want to know about it, and quick. Wilkins led them out at a steady trot. We'll take a look around Newport. Rough going, but I think I remember a place. However, the possibilities of Wilkins' place did not seem too promising to Drew when they came out on a steep bluff some miles down the Tennessee. This is a heller of a river, Kirby expressed his opinion forcibly. Always spittin' back in an hombre's face. We've had plenty of trouble with it before. They were on a bank above a slough which was not more than 200 feet wide. And beyond that was an island thickly overgrown with cane, oak, and hickory. The upper end of that was sandy, matted with driftwood, some of it partially afloat again. Use that for a steppin' stone? Drew asked. Best we're goin' to find. And if time's runnin' out, we'll be glad to have it. Rennie, report in. We'll do some more scoutin', just to make sure there'll be no surprises later. For more than 36 hours Buford had been ferrying. Artillery, wagons, and a large portion of his division were safely across. When Drew returned to the uproar along the river he found that the second half of the retreating forces, commanded by Forrest, were in town. And it was to Forrest that Drew was ordered to deliver his report. He would never forget the first glimpse he'd had of Bedford Forrest, the officer sitting his big gray charger in the midst of a battle, whirling his standard to attract a broken rabble of men, knitting out of them, by sheer force of personality. A refreshed, striking force. Now Drew found himself facing quite a different person, a big, quiet, soft-spoken man who eyed the scout with gray-blue eyes. You're Rennie, one of that Morgan company who joined at Harrisburg. Yes, Sue. Morgan's men fought at Chickamauga. Good men, good fighters. Said so then, never had any reason to change that. Now what's this about an island downriver? Drew explained tersely, for he had a good idea that General Forrest wanted no wasting of time. Then at request he drew a rough sketch of the island and its approaches. Forrest studied it. Something to keep in mind. But I want to know that it's clear. You boys picket it. If there's any Union movement about, report it at once. Yes, Sue. If Yankee scouts had sighted the island. Either they had not reported it or their superiors had not calculated what its value might be for hunted men, and to a leader who was used to improvising and carrying through more improbable projects than the one the island suggested. At Shoal Creek a rear guard was holding off the Union advance which had started from Athens, the two-pronged pincers General Buford had foreseen. And now the island came into use. Saddles and equipment were stripped from horses and piled into the boats brought down from Florence. Then the mounts were driven to the top of the bluff and over into the water some 20 feet below. Leaders of that leap were caught by their halters and towed behind the boats, the others swimming after. Men and mounts burrowed back into the concealment of those thick canebrakes and were hidden along the southern shore of the overgrown strip of water-enclosed land. The Union pursuers came up on the bluff, but they did not see the ferrying from the south bank of the island, ferrying which kept up night and day for some 48 hours. Cold. Kirby and Drew crouched together behind a screen of cane on the north side of the island, watching the bank above for any hostile move on the part of the enemy. General Forrest says no fires. Yeah. You know, I just don't like this here spread of water. This is the second time I've had to get across it with old man Death and Disaster raisin' dust from my rump with a double of his encouragin' rope. Seems like the Tennessee ain't partial to ride-in parties. Makes a good barrier when we're on the other side, Drew pointed out reasonably. So. Drew's Colt was already out, Kirby's carbine at ready. But the man who had cat-footed it through the cane was General Forrest himself. I thought, the general eyed them both, I would catch some of you young fools loafin' back here as if nothin' was goin' on. If you don't want to roost here all winter, you'd better come along. Last boats are leavin' now. As they scrambled after their commander, Drew realized that the general had made it his personal business to make sure none of the north side pickets were left behind in the last-minute withdrawal. They piled into one of the waiting boats, catching up poles. Forrest took another. Then he balanced where he stood, glaring toward the bow of the boat. A lieutenant was there, his hands empty. You. Mistu, Forrest's voice took on the ring Drew had heard at Harrisburg. We is your oar, Mistu. The man was startled. As an officer, Sue. Still gripping his pole with one hand, the general swung out a long arm, catching the lieutenant hard on one cheek with enough force to send him over the gunwale into the river. The lieutenant splashed, flailing out his arms, until he caught at the pole Drew extended to him. As they hauled him aboard again, the general snorted. Now you, Mr. Officer, take that or Thea and get to work. If I have to knock you over again, you can just stay in. We shall all pull out of this together. The lieutenant bent to the oar hastily as they moved out into the full current of the river. 10. Dismount. Prepare to fight gunboats. Drew. He turned his head on the saddle which served him as a temporary pillow and was aware of the smell of mule, strong, and the smell of a wood fire, less strong, and last of all, of corn bread baked in the husk, and, not so familiar, bacon frying, all the aromas of camp, with the addition of food which could be, and had been on occasion, very temporary. Squinting his smarting eyes against the sun's glare, Drew sat up. With 4 days of hard riding by night and scouting by day only a few hours behind him, he was still extremely weary. Boyd squatted by his side, a folded sheet of paper in his hand. Letter. Drew must have missed part during his awakening. Now he turned away from the sun and tried to pay better attention. From who? He asked rustily. Mother. She got the one you sent from Meridian, Drew. And when Crosley went home for a horse she gave him these to bring back through the lines. Drew, your grandfather's dead. Odd, he did not feel anything at all at that news. When he was little he had been afraid of Alexander Maddock. Then he had faced out his fear and all the other emotions bred in him during those years of being Hunt Rennie's son in a house where Hunt Rennie was a symbol of black hatred. He had faced up to his grandfather on the night he left Red Springs to join the army in '62. And then Drew had discovered that he was free. He had seen his grandfather as he would always remember him now, an old man eaten up by his hatred, soured by acts Drew knew would never be explained. And from that moment, grandfather and grandson were strangers. Now he wished, for just a fleeting second or two, that he did know what lay behind all that rage and waste and blackness in the past. Alexander Maddock had been a respected man. As hardly more than a boy he had followed Andy Jackson down to New Orleans and helped break the last vestige of British power in the Gulf. He had bred fine horses, loved the land, and his word was better than most men's sworn oaths. He had had a liking for books, and had served his country in Congress, and could even have been governor had he not declined the nomination. He was a big man, in many ways a great and honorable man. Drew could admit that, now that he had made a life for himself beyond Alexander Maddock's shadow. A great man, who had hated his own grandson. This is yours. Boyd pulled a second sheet from the folds of the first. Drew smoothed it out to read. My dear boy. Your letter from Meridian reached me just 2 days ago, having been many weeks on the way, and I am taking advantage of Henry Crosley's presence home on leave to reply. I want you to know that I do not, in any way, consider you to blame for Boyd's joining General Organ's command. He had long been restless here, and it was only a matter of time and chance before he followed his brother. I know that you must have done all that you could to dissuade him after your aunt's appeal to you, but I had already accepted failure on this point. Just as I know that it was your efforts which established him under good care in Meridian. Do not, Drew, reproach yourself for my son's headstrong conduct. I know Boyd's stubbornness. There is this strain in all the Barretts. You may not have heard the news from Red Springs, though I know your aunt has endeavored to find a means of communicating it to you. Your grandfather suffered another and fatal seizure on the 3rd of August and passed away in a matter of hours. I do not believe that it will come as any surprise to you, my dear boy, that he continued in his attitude toward you to the last, making no provision for you in his will. However, both Major Forbes and Mariana believe this to be unfair, and they intend to see that matters are not left so. If and when this cruel war is over, and the news we receive each day cannot help but make us believe that the end is not far off, do, I beg of you, Drew, come home to us. Sheldon spoke once of some plan of yours to go west, to start a new life in new surroundings. But, Drew, do not let any bitterness born out of the past continue to poison the future for you. Perhaps what I say may be of value since I have always held your welfare dear to me, and you have a place in my heart. Melanie Maddock Rennie was my dearest friend for all of her life, your father, my cousin. And you were Sheldon's playmate and comrade for his short time on this earth. Come home to us, I ask you to do this, my dear boy. We shall welcome you. I pray for you and for Boyd, that you may both be brought safely through all the dangers which surround a soldier, that you may come home to us on a happier day. Your concern for and care of Boyd is something which makes me most grateful and happy. He had lost a brother, one of his own blood, but I content myself with the belief that he has with him now another who will provide him with what guidance and protection he can give. Remember, we want you both here with us once more, and let it be soon. With affection and love. Drew could not have told whether her Meredith Barrett at the bottom of the page was as firmly penned as ever. To him it was now wavering from one misty letter to the next. Slowly he made a business of folding the sheet into a neat square of paper which he could fit into the safe pocket under his belt. A crack was forming in the shell he had started to grow on the night he first rode out of Red Springs, and he now feared losing its protection. He wanted to be the Drew Rennie who had no ties anywhere, least of all in Kentucky. Yet not for the world would he have lost that letter, though he did not want to read it again. Rennie. Double quick it, the general's a skin, for you. Boyd started up eagerly from his perch on another saddle. He was, Drew decided, like a hound puppy, so determined to be taken hunting that he watched each and every one of them all the time. He had been allowed to ride on this return visit to West Tennessee with the condition that he would act as one of Drew's scout couriers, a position which kept him under his elder's control and attached to General Buford's headquarters company. Kirby reached out a brown hand to catch Boyd by the sleeve and anchor him. Now, kid, just because the big chief sends for him, it ain't no sign he's goin' to take the warpath immediately, if not sooner. Ease off, and keep your moccasins greased. Drew laughed. Nobody who rode with Forrest could complain of a lack of action. He had heard that some general in the East had said he would give $1 or some such to see a dead cavalryman. Well, there had been sight of those at Harrisburg and some at the blockhouses. Forrest stated that Morgan's men could fight, he did not have to say that of his own. Now they were heading into another sort of war altogether. Drew hadn't figured out just how Bedford Forrest intended to fight river gunboats with horse soldiers, but the scout didn't doubt that his general had a plan, one which would work, barring any extra bad luck. They were setting a trap along the Tennessee right now, lying in the enemy's own back pasture to do it. South, downriver, was Johnsonville, where Sherman had his largest cache of supplies, from which he was feeding, clothing, equipping the army now slashing through the center of the South. They had been able to cripple his rail system partially on that raid 2 weeks earlier, now they were aiming to cut the river ribbon of the Yankee network. Buford's division occupied Fort Hyman, well above the crucial section. The Confederates also held Paris Landing. Now they were set to put the squeeze on any river traffic. Guns were brought into station, Buford's 2 Parrots, one section of Morton's incomparable battery with Bell's Tennesseans down at the landing. They had moved fast, covered their traces, and Drew himself could testify that the Yankees were as yet unsuspecting of their presence in the neighborhood. He found General Buford now and reported. Rennie, see this bend. The general's finger stabbed down on the sketch map the scouts had prepared days earlier. I've been thinkin' that a vidette posted right here could give us perhaps a few minutes of warning ahead when anything started to swim into this fishnet of ours. General Forrest wants some transports, maybe even a gunboat or 2. We're in a good position to deliver them to him, but before we begin the game, I want most of the aces right here. He smacked the map against the flat of his other palm. A signal system, Sue. Say one of those. Drew pointed to the very large and very red handkerchief trailing from Buford's coat pocket. Wave one of those out of the bushes, 1 wave for a transport, 2 for a gunboat. The general jerked the big square from his pocket, inspected it critically, and then called over his shoulder. Jasper, you get me another one of these, out of the saddlebags. When the Negro boy came running with the piece of brilliant cloth, Buford motioned for him to give it to Drew. Mind you, boy, he added with some seriousness, I want that back in good condition when you report in. Those don't grow handily on trees. I have only 3 left. Yes, Sue, Drew accepted it with respect. I'm to stay put until relieved, Sue. Yes. Better take someone to spell you. I don't want any misses. Back at the scout fire Drew collected Boyd. This was an assignment the boy could share. And shortly they had hollowed out for themselves a small circular space in the thicket, with 2 carefully prepared windows, one on the river, the other for their signal flag. It was almost evening, and Drew did not expect any night travel. Morning would be the best time. He divided the night into watches, however, and insisted they keep watch faithfully. Kinda cold, Boyd said, pulling his blanket about his shoulders. No fire here. Drew handed over his companion's share of rations, some cold cornbread and bacon carefully portioned out of their midday cooking. "'Member how Mam Gusta used to make us those dough geese? Coffee-berry eyes. I could do with some coffee berries now, but not to make eyes for geese. Dough geese with coffee-berry eyes. The big summer kitchen at Oak Hill and the small, energetic, and very dark-skinned woman who ruled it with a cooking spoon of wood for her scepter and abject obedience from all who came into her sphere of influence and control. Dough geese with coffee-berry eyes, Drew hadn't thought of those for years and years. I could do with some of Ma'am Gusta's peach pie. He was betrayed by memory into that wistfulness. Peach pie all hot in a bowl with cream to top it, Boyd added reverently. And turkey with the fixins, or maybe young pork. Seems to me you think an awful lot about eatin' when you're in the army. I can remember the kitchen at home almost better than I can my own room. Aunts, he was talkin' last night about some Mexican eatin' he did down 'long the border. Made it sound mighty interestin'. Drew, after this war is over and we've licked the Yankees good and proper, why don't we go down that way and see Texas? I'd like to get me one of those wild horses like those Aunts' father was catchin'. We still have a war on our hands here, Drew reminded him. But the thought of Texas could not easily be dug out of mind, not when a man had carried it with him for most of his life. Texas, where he had almost been born, Hunt Rennie's Texas. What was it like? A big wild land, an outlaw's land. Didn't they say a man had gone to Texas when the sheriff closed books on a fugitive? Yes, Drew had to admit he wanted to see Texas. Drew, you have any kinfolk in Texas? Not that I know about. Not for the first time he wondered about that. There had been no use asking any questions of his grandfather or of Uncle Murray. And Aunt Mariana had always dismissed his inquiries with the plea that she herself had only been a child at the time Hunt Rennie came to Red Springs and knew very little about him. Odd that Cousin Mary had been so reticent, too. But Drew had pieced out that something big and ugly must have happened to begin all the painful tangle which had led from his grandfather's cold hatred for Hunt Rennie. That hatred which had been transferred to Hunt Rennie's son when the original target was gone. When Drew first joined the army and met Texans he had hoped that one of them might recognize his name and say, "Rennie? You any kin to the Rennies of where? The Brazos, the Rio country, West Texas." He had no idea in which part of that sprawling republic become a state the Rennies might have been born and bred. But how he had longed in those first lonely weeks of learning to be a soldier to find one of his own, not of the Maddock clan. Yes, I would like to see Texas. Boyd pulled the blanket closer about his shoulders, curling up on his side of their bush-walled hole. Wish these fool Yankees would know when they're licked and get back home so we could do something like that. He closed his eyes with a child's determination to sleep, and by now a soldier's ability to do so when the opportunity offered. Drew watched the river. The dusk was night now with the speed of the season. And the crisp of autumn hung over the water. This was the 29th of October, he counted out the dates. How long they could hold their trap they didn't know, but at least long enough to wrest from the enemy some of the supplies they needed far worse than Sherman's men did. General Buford had let 4 transports past their masked batteries today because they had carried only soldiers. But sooner or later a loaded ship was going to come up. And when that did, Drew's hand assured him that the general's red handkerchief was still inside against his ribs where he had put it for safekeeping. In the early morning Drew slipped down to the river's edge behind a screen of willow to dip the cold water over his head and shoulders, an effective way to clear the head and banish the last trace of sleep. The sun was up and it must have been shortly before 8 when they sighted her, a Union transport riding low in the water, towing 2 barges. A quick inspection through the binoculars he had borrowed from Wilkins told Drew that this was what the general wanted. He passed the signal to Boyd. Mazeppa, he read the name aloud as the ship wallowed by their post. She was passing the lower battery now, and there was no sign of any gunboat escort. But when their quarry was well in the stretch between the 2 lower batteries, they opened fire on her, accurately enough to send every shell through the ship. The pilot headed her for the opposite shore, slammed the prow into the bank, and a stream of crew and men leaped over at a dead run to hunt shelter in the woods beyond. Men were already down on the Confederate-held side of the river, trying to knock together a raft on which to reach their prize. When that broke apart, Drew and Boyd saw one man seize upon a piece of the wreckage and kick his way vigorously into the current heading for the stern of the grounded steamer. He came back in the Mazeppa's yawl with a line, and she was warped back into the hands of the waiting raiders. There was a wave of gray pouring into the ship, returning with bales, boxes, bundles. Then Drew, who had snatched peeps at the activity between searching the upper waters for trouble, saw the gunboats coming, 3 of them. Again Boyd signaled, but the naval craft made better speed than the laden transport, and they were already in position to lob shells among the men unloading the supply ships, though the batteries on the shore finally drove them off. In the end they fired the prize, but she was emptied of her rich cargo. Shoes, blankets, clothing, you didn't care whether breeches and coats were gray or blue when they replaced rags, food. Kirby came to their sentry post, his arms full, a beatific smile on his face. "What'll you have, amigos?" "Pickles, pears, Yankee crackers, long sweetenin'." He spread out a variety of such stores as they had almost forgotten existed. "You know, seein' some of the prices on this heah sutler stuff, I'm thinkin' somebody's sure gettin' rich on this war. It ain't nobody I know, though." They kept their trap as it was through the rest of the day and the following night without any more luck. When the next fish swam into the net it approached from the other side and not past the scout post. The steamer Anna progressed from Johnsonville, ran the gauntlet of the batteries, and in spite of hard shelling, was not hit in any vital spot, escaping beyond. But when the transport Venus, towing 2 barges and convoyed by the gunboat Undine, tried to duplicate that feat they were caught by the accurate fire of the masked guns. Trying to turn and steam back the way they had come, they were pinned down. And while they were held there, another steamer entered the upper end of the trap and was disabled. Guns moved by sweat, force, will and hand power, were wrestled around the banks to attend to the Undine. And after a brisk duel her officers and crew abandoned her. "We got us a navy," Kirby announced when he brought their order to leave the picket post. "The Yankees sure are kind, presentin' us with a couple of ships just out of the goodness of their hearts." The Undine and the Venus, manned by volunteers, did steam with the caution of novice sailors upriver when on the 1st of November troops and artillery started to Johnsonville. "Hi!" One of the new horse marines waved to the small party of scouts, weaving in and out to gain their position at the head of the column. "Want to leave them feed sacks for us to carry?" Kirby put a protecting hand over his saddle burden of extra and choice rations. "This heah grub ain't gonna be risked out on no water," he called back. "Nor blown up by no gunboat neither." Those fears were realized, if not until 2 days later, when the scouts were too far ahead to witness the defeat of Forrest's River flotilla. The Undine, outfought by 2 Yankee gunboats, was beached and set afire. The same fate struck the Venus a day afterward. But by that time the raiders had reached the bank of the river opposite Johnsonville and were making ready to destroy the supply depot there. Drew, Kirby, and Wilkins, with Boyd to ride courier, had already explored the bank and tried to estimate the extent of the wealth lying in the open, across the river. "Too bad we just can't sorta cut a few head out of that Thea herd," Kirby said wistfully. "Here we are so poor our shadows got holes in them, and look at all that just lyin' Thea waitin' for somebody to lay a hot iron on its hide." "More likely to lay a hot iron on your hide," countered Drew. But he could not deny that the river landing with its thickly clustered transports, gunboats and barges, the acres of shoreline covered with every kind of army store, was a big temptation to try something reckless. They had illustrious company during their prowling that afternoon. Forrest himself and Captain Morton, that very young and very talented artillery commander, were making a reconnaissance before placing the batteries in readiness. And during the night those guns were moved into position. At mid-afternoon the next day the reduction of Johnsonville began. Smoke, then flame, tore holes in those piles of goods. Warehouses blazed. By nightfall for a mile upriver and down they faced a solid sheet of fire, and they smelled the tantalizing odor of burning bacon, coffee, sugar, and saw blue rivers of blazing liquid running free. "I still say it's a mighty shame, all that goin' to waste," commented Kirby sadly. Well, anyway it ain't goin' into the bellies of Sherman's men, Drew replied. The Confederate force was already starting withdrawal, battery by battery, as the wasteland of the fire lighted them on their way. And now the Yankee gunboats were burning with explosions of shells, fired by their own crews lest they fall into rebel hands. It was a wild scene, giving the command plenty of light by which to fall back into the country they still dominated. The reduction of the depot was a complete success. Scouts stayed with the rear guard this time, so it was that Drew saw again those two who had so carefully picked the gun stands only 24 hours before. General Forrest and his battery commander came down once more to survey the desolation those guns had left as a smoking, stinking scar. Drew heard the slow, reflective words the general spoke. "John, if you were given enough guns, and I had me enough men, we could whip old Sherm clean off the face of the earth." And then the scout caught Kirby's whisper of assent to that. "The old man ain't foolin', he could just do it." Maybe he could, Drew agreed. He wished fiercely that Morton did have his guns and Forrest all the men who had been wasted, who had melted away from his ranks, or were buried. A man had to have tools before he could build, but their tools were getting mighty few, mighty old, and he tried to close his mind to that line of thought. They were on the move again, and Forrest had certainly proven here that though Atlanta might be gone, there was still an effective Confederate army in the field, ready and able to twist the tail of any Yankee. 11. The road to Nashville. Sleet drove at the earth with an oblique, knife-edged whip. The half-ice, half-rain struck under waterlogged hat brims, found the neck opening where the body covering, improvised from a square of appropriated Yankee oilcloth, lay about the shoulders. "I'm thinkin' we sure have struck a stream lengthwise." Kirby's Tejano crowded up beside Hannibal. "Can't otherwise be so many bog holes in any stretch of country. And, if we ever do come across those dang-blasted ordnance wagons, we won't know 'em from a side of dobe anyway." They had reined in on the edge of a mud hole in which men sweated, in spite of the sleet which plastered thin clothing to their gaunt bodies, swore. And put dogged endurance to the test as they labored with drag ropes and behind wheels encrusted with pendulous pounds of mud, to propel a supply wagon out of the bog into which it had sunk when the frozen crust of the rutted road had broken apart. The Army of the Tennessee, now fighting storms, winter rains, snow and hail, was also fighting men as valiantly, engaged in General Hood's great gamble of an all-out attack on Nashville. They had a hope, and a slim chance, to sweep through the Union lines back up into Tennessee and Kentucky, and perhaps to wall off Sherman in the South and repair the loss of Atlanta. Hannibal brayed, shifting his weary feet in the churned-up muck of the field edge. The ground, covered with a scum of ice at night, was a trap for animals as well as vehicles. Breaking through that glassy surface to the glutinous stuff beneath, they suffered cuts deep enough to draw blood above hoof level. Drew called to the men laboring at the stalled wagon. "Ordnance? Buford's division?" He didn't really expect any sort of a promising answer. This was worse than trying to hunt a needle in a stack of hay, this tracing, through the fast darkening night, the lost ordnance wagons, caught somewhere in or behind the infantry train. But ahead, where Forrest's cavalry was thrusting into the Union lines at Spring Hill, men were going into battle with 3 rounds or less to feed their carbines and rifles. Somehow the horse soldiers had pushed into a hot, full-sized fight and the scouts had to locate those lost wagons and get them up to the front lines. A living figure of mud spat out a mouthful of that viscous substance in order to answer. "This here ain't no ordnance, not from Buford's neither. Put your backs into it now, yo, wagon dogs. Get to it and push." Under that roar the excavation squad went into straining action. Oxen, their eyes bulbous in their skulls from effort, set brute energy against yokes along with the men. The mud eventually gave grip, and the wagon moved. Drew rode on, the 2 half-seen shapes which were Boyd and Kirby in his wake. A dripping branch flicked bits of ice into his face. The dusk was a thickening murk, and with the coming of the November dark, their already pitiful chance of locating the wagons dwindled fast. There was a distant crackle of carbine and rifle fire. The struggle must still be in progress back there. At least the stragglers about them were still moving up. No retreat from Spring Hill, unless the Yankees were making that. All Drew's party could do was to continue on down the road, asking their question at each wagon, stalled in the mud or traveling at a snail's pace. "Juicy!" Boyd cried out. Those men were barefoot. Involuntarily he swung one of his own booted feet out of the stirrup as if to assure himself that he still had adequate covering for his cold toes. "It ain't the first time in this here war," Kirby remarked. "They'll catch a Yankee. The blue bellies, they're mighty obligin' 'bout wearin' good shoes and such, and lettin' themselves be roped with all their plunder on. Some O.M. who I had the pleasure of surveyin' through Sarge's glasses this mornin', have overcoats, good warm ones. Now that's what'd pleasure a poor cold Texas boy, makin' him forget his troubles. You keep your eyes sighted for one of them Thea overcoats, Boyd. I'll be right beholden to you for it." Hannibal brayed again and switched his rope tail. His usual stolid temperament showed signs of wear. "Aaron, lungs that way sounds like a critter gittin' set to make war medicine. A hardtail don't need no hardware but his hoofs to make a man regret knowin' him familiar like." Drew had reached another wagon. "Ordnance? Buford's?" He repeated the well-worn question without hope. "Yeah, what about it?" For a moment the scout thought he had not heard that right. But Kirby's crow of delight assured him that he had been answered in the affirmative. "What about it?" Boyd echoed indignantly. "We've been huntin' you for hours. General Buford wants." The man who had answered Drew was vague in the dusk, to be seen only in the limited light of the lantern on the driver's seat. But they did not miss the pugnacious set of knuckles on hips, nor the truculence which overrode the weariness in his voice. General can want him a lot of things in this here world, sonny. What the good Lord and this here mud lets him have is somethin' else again. We've been pushin' these here dang-blasted to Richmond wagons along, mostly with our bare hands. Does he want 'em any faster, he can just send us back 30 or 40 fresh teams, along with good weather, and we'll be right up where he wants us in no time. The boys are out of ammunition," Drew said quietly. "And they are tryin' to dig out the Yankees. You ain't tellin' me nothin', soldier, that I don't know or ain't already heard." The momentary flash of anger had drained out of the other's voice. There was just pure fatigue weighting the tongue now. "We're comin', just as fast as we can. You pull on about a quarter mile and there's a turnout, that way you'll make better time," Drew suggested. "We'll show you where." "All right. We're comin', Dot." In the end they all pitched to, lending the pulling strength of their mounts, and the power of their own shoulders when the occasion demanded. Somehow they got on through the dark and the cold and the mud. And close to dawn they reached their goal. But that same dark night had lost the Confederate Army their chance of victory. The Union command had not been safely bottled up at Spring Hill. Through the night hours Schofield's army had marched along the turnpike, within gunshot of the gray troops, close enough for Hood's pickets to hear the talk of the retreating men. Now they must be pursued toward Franklin. The Army of the Tennessee was hurting the Yankees right enough, but with a kind of desperation which men in the ranks could sense. Buford's division held the Confederate right wing. Drew, acting as courier for the Kentucky general, saw Forrest, with his tough, undefeated, and undefeatable escort, riding ahead. They had Wilson's cavalry drawn up to meet them. But they had handled Wilson before, briskly and brutally. This was the old game they knew well. Drew saw the glitter of sabers along the Union ranks and smiled grimly. When were the Yankees going to learn that a saber was good for the toasting of bacon and such but not much use in the fight? Give him 2 Colts and a carbine every time. There was a fancy dodge he had seen some of the Texans use. They strung extra revolver cylinders to the saddle horn and snapped them in for reloading. It was risky but sure was fast. "They've got Springfields," he heard Kirby's satisfied comment. "I'm goin' to get me one of those," Boyd began, but Drew rounded on him swiftly. "No, you ain't. They may look good, but they ain't much. You can't reload 'em in the saddle with your horse movin', and all they're good for in a mix-up is a fancy sort of club." The Confederate infantry were moving up toward the Union breastworks, part of which was a formidable stone wall. And now came the orders for their own section to press in. They pushed, hard and heavy, while swirls of blue cavalry fought, broke, reformed to meet their advance, and broke again. They routed out pockets of blue infantry, sending some pelting back toward the Harpeth. A wave of retreating Yankees crossed the shallow river. Forrest's men dismounted to fight and took the stream on foot, the icy water splashing high. It was wild and tough, the slam of man meeting man. Drew wrested a guidon from the hold of a blue-coated trooper as Hannibal smashed into the other's mount with bared teeth and pawing hoofs. Waving the trophy over his head and yelling, he pounded on at a knot of determined infantry, aware that he was leading others from Buford's still-mounted headquarters company, and that they were going to ride right over the Yankee soldiers. Men threw away muskets and rifles, raised empty hands, scattered in frantic leaps from that charge. Then they were rounding up their blue-coated prisoners, and Drew, the pole of the captured guidon braced in the crook of his elbow as he reloaded his revolver, realized that the shadows were thickening, that the day was almost gone. "Rennie!" Still holding the guidon, Drew obeyed the beckoning hand of one of the general's aides. He put Hannibal to a rocking gallop to come up with the officer. "Withdrawin', behind the river. Pass the word to gather in." Drew cantered back to Wave and Kirby, Boyd, and the others who had made that charge with him. It was retreat again, but they did not know then that Franklin had cost them Hood's big gamble. 4,500 men swept out of the gray forces, killed, wounded, missing, prisoners. 5 irreplaceable generals were dead, 6 more, wounded or captured. The Army of the Tennessee was slashed, badly torn, but it was not yet destroyed. That night the cavalry was on the march, driven by Forrest's tireless energy. They hit skirmishers at a garrison crossroads, using Morton's field batteries to cut them a free path. And through the bitter days of early December they continued to show their teeth to some purpose. Blockhouses along the railroads and along the Cumberland were taken, with Murfreesboro their goal. Life was a constant alert, a plugging away of weary men, worn-out horses, bogged-down wagons, relieved now and then from the morass of exhaustion by sharp spurts of fighting, the satisfaction of rounding up a Yankee patrol or blockhouse squad. The taking of some supply train and finding in its wagons enough to give them all mouthfuls of food. Murfreesboro was strongly garrisoned by the enemy, too strong to be stormed. But on the morning of the 7th a Yankee detachment came out of that fort and Forrest's men deployed to entice them farther afield. Buford's command was lying in wait, let the blue bellies get far enough from the town and they could cut in between, perhaps even overrun the remaining garrison and accomplish what Forrest himself had believed impossible, the taking of Murfreesboro. They made part of that, fought their way into the town. Drew pounded along in a compact squad led by Wilkins. He saw the sergeant sway in the saddle, dropping reins, his face a clay gray which Drew recognized of old. Snatching at the now trailing rein, Drew jerked the other's mount out of the main push. The sergeant's head turned slowly, his mouth looked almost square as he fought to say something. Then he slumped, tumbling from the saddle into the embrace of an ornamental bush as his horse clattered along the sidewalk. Drew knew he was already dead. Buford's men went into Murfreesboro right enough, well into its heart. But they could not hold the town. Only that thrust was deep and well timed, it saved the whole command. For, though they did not know it yet, on the pike the infantry had broken. For the first time Forrest had seen men under his orders run from the enemy in panic-stricken terror. Only the cavalry had saved them from a wholesale rout. Drew trudged over the stubble of a field, leading Hannibal and Wilkins' mount. There had been no way of bringing the sergeant's body out of town, and Drew had reported the death to Lieutenant Traggart, who officered the scouts. He felt numb as he headed for the spark of fire which marked their temporary camp, numb not only with cold and hunger, but with all the days of cold, hunger, fighting, and marching which lay behind. It seemed to him that this war had gone on forever, and he found it very hard to remember when he had slept soundly enough not to arouse to a quick call, when he had dared to ride across a field or down a road without watching every bit of cover. Every point on the landscape which could mask an enemy position or serve the same purpose for the command behind him. As he came up to the fire he thought that even the flames looked cold, stunted somehow, not because there had not been enough wood to feed them, but because the fire itself was old and tired. Blinking at the flames, he stood still, unaware of the fact that he was swaying on feet planted a little apart. He could not move, not of his own volition. Someone coughed in the shadow fringe beyond the light of those tired flames. It was a short hard cough, the kind which hurt Drew's ears as much as its tearing must have hurt the throat which harbored it. He turned his head a fraction to see the bundle of blankets housing the coffer. Then the reins of mule and horse were twisted from his stiff fingers, and Kirby's drawl broke through the coughing. "You, Lagrange, take M back to the picket line, will you?" The Texan's hands closed about Drew's upper arms just below the arch of his shoulders, steered him on, and then pressed him down into the limited range of the fire's heat. From somewhere a tin plate materialized, and was in Drew's hold. He regarded its contents with eyes which had trouble focusing. A thick liquid curled stickily back and forth across the surface of the plate as he strove to hold it level with trembling hands. Into the middle of that lake Kirby dropped white squares of Yankee crackers, and the pungent smell of molasses reached Drew's nostrils, making his mouth water. Snatching at the crackers, he crammed his mouth with a dripping square coated with molasses. As he began to chew he knew that nothing before that moment had ever tasted so good, been so much an answer to all the disasters of the day. The world shrank, it was now the size of a battered tin plate smeared with molasses and the crumbs of stale crackers. Drew downed the mass avidly. Kirby was beside him again, a steaming tin cup ready. "This ain't nothin' but hot water. But maybe it can make you think you're drinkin' somethin' more interestin', dot." With the tin cup in his hands, Drew discovered he could pay better attention to his surroundings. He glanced around the small circle of men who messed together. There was Lagrange, coming back from the horse lines, Webb, the Tennessean from the mountains, Croft and Weatherby, Cherokees of the Indian nations, and Kirby, of course. But Drew was searching beyond the Texan for the other who should be there. Absently he sipped the hot water, almost afraid to ask a question. Then, just because of his inner fears, he forced out the words, "Where's Boyd?" When Kirby did not answer, Drew's head lifted. He put down his cup and caught the Texan's arm. "He made it out of town, I know that. But where is he?" "Over Thea." Kirby nodded at the blanket-wrapped figure in the shadows. "Seems like he ain't feelin' too well." Drew wasted no time in getting to his feet. On his hands and knees, he scrambled across the space separating him from the roll of blankets. His questing hand smoothed across a ragged bullet tear in the top one, recognizing it to be Kirby's by that mark. The pale oval of Boyd's face turned toward him. "What's the matter, boy?" Drew could hear the other's harsh, fast breathing just as he had when they had found the injured boy at Harrisburg. Drew's fingers touched a burning hot cheek. "Got me, sniffles." Boyd's mumble ended in another bout of those sharp coughs. "'Member, sniffles. Hot soup and bricks in bed, and onion cloth for the throat." He repeated all the Oak Hill remedies for a severe cold. Bricks to warm the bed, hot soup of Mam Gusta's expert concocting, a thick onion poultice to ease the pain in throat and chest and draw out inflammation. Every one of those were as far beyond reach now as Oak Hill itself. For a moment Drew was gripped with a panic born of utter frustration. "Shelley? You there, Shelley?" Boyd's hoarse voice came from the dark. "I'm sure thirsty, Shelley." Drew turned his head. Kirby had been behind him, but now the Texan was back to the fire, ladling more hot water out of the pot. When he returned, Weatherby was with him. Drew slipped his arm under that restlessly turning head to support the boy while the Texan held the tin cup to Boyd's lips. They got a few mouthfuls into him before he turned his head away with a ghost of some of his old petulance. "I'm hungry, Shelley. Tell Ma'am Gusta." Weatherby squatted down on the other side of Boyd's limp body and put his hand to the boy's forehead. "Fever." "Yes." Drew knew that much. "There's a farmhouse 2 miles that way." Weatherby nodded to the south. "Maybe nobody there, but it will be cover." "You can find it?" Drew demanded. The Cherokee scout answered quickly. "Yes. You tell the lieutenant, and we'll go there." Kirby's hand rested on Drew's shoulder for a moment. "I'll track down Traggart. You and Weatherby here get the kid into that cover as quick as you can. This ain't no weather for an hombre with a cough to be out sackin' in the bush." Kirby was back again before they had rigged a blanket stretcher between 2 horses. "The lieutenant says to stay with Kid till mornin'. He'll send the doc along as soon as he can find him. Trouble is, we may have to ride on tomorrow." But Drew put that worry out of his mind. No use thinking about tomorrow, the present moment was the most important. With Weatherby as their guide, they started off at a walk, heading into the night across ice-rimmed fields while the rising wind brought frost to bite in the air they pulled into their lungs. There was no light showing in the black bulk of the house to which Weatherby steered them. It was small, hardly better than a cabin, but the door swung open as Kirby knocked on it. And they could smell the cold, stale odor of a deserted and none too clean dwelling. But it was shelter, and exploring in the dark, Kirby announced that there was firewood piled beside the hearth. By the light of the blaze Weatherby brought alive they found an old bedstead backed against the wall, a tangle of filthy quilts cascading from it. One look at them assured Drew that Boyd would be far better left in his blankets on the floor itself. The Cherokee scout prowled the room, looking into the rickety wall cupboards, venturing through another door into a second smaller room, really a lean-to, and then going up the ladder into a loft. "They left in a hurry, whoever lived here," he reported. "They left this," he held out a dried, shrunken piece of shriveled salt beef. "We can boil it," Kirby suggested. "Make a kinda broth, it might help the kid." "Any sign of a pot?" There was a pot, encrusted with cornmeal remains. Weatherby took it outside and returned, having scrubbed its interior as clean as possible, and filling it with a cup or so of water. "There's a well out there." Boyd was asleep, or at least Drew hoped it was sleep. The boy's face was flushed, his breathing fast and uneven. But he hadn't coughed for some time, and Drew began to hope. If he could have a quiet day or 2 here, he might be all right. Or else the surgeon could send him along on one of the wagons for the sick and wounded, the wagons already on the move south. If the doctor would certify that Boyd was ill. Weatherby was busily shredding the wood-hard beef into the pot of water. His busy fingers stopped, his dark eyes were now on the outer door. Drew stiffened. Kirby's fingers closed about the butt of a Colt. "What?" Drew asked in the faintest of whispers. The Cherokee dropped the remainder of the uncut beef into the pot. Knife in hand, he moved with a panther's fluid grace to the begrimed window half covered with a dusty rag. 12, Guerrillas. Boyd stirred. "Shelley." His call sounded loud in the now silent room. Drew set his hand across the boy's mouth, dividing his attention between Boyd and Weatherby. They had no way of putting out the fire, whose light might be providing a beacon through the dark. The Indian moved back a little from the window. "Riders, coming down the lane." His whisper was a thread. Now Drew could hear, too, the ring of hoofs on the iron-hard surface of the ground. A horse nickered, one of those which had brought Boyd's stretcher, or perhaps one of the newcomers. Kirby whipped about the door and was now lost in the shadows of the next room. Weatherby looked to Drew, then to the loft ladder against the far wall. In answer to that unspoken question, Drew nodded. As the Cherokee swung up into the hiding place, Drew eased one of his Colts out of the holster, pushing it under the folds of the blankets around Boyd. Then he swung the pot, with its burden of beef and water, out over the fire, to hang on its chain to boil. "Shelley?" Boyd asked again. His eyes were open, too bright, and he stared about him, plainly puzzled. Then he looked up at his nurse, and his forehead wrinkled with effort. "Drew." But Drew was listening to those oncoming hoofs. The strangers would see 2 horses. If they came in, they would find 2 men, it was as simple as that. And if they wore the wrong color uniforms, Weatherby above, and Kirby in the lean-to, would be ready and waiting for trouble. Drew laid fresh wood on the fire. Since he could not hide, he felt he'd better get as much light as possible in case of future trouble. The last they had heard the Yankees were concentrating at Murfreesboro and Nashville. But scouts would be out, dogging the flanks of the Confederate forces, just as he had done the opposite during the past few days. There was silence now in the lane, a suspicious quiet. Drew deduced that the riders had dismounted and might be closing in about the cabin. A prickle of chill climbed his spine. He touched the lump under the blanket which was his own insurance. The door burst open, sent banging inward by a booted foot. And at the same time a small pane in an opposite window shattered, the barrel of a rifle thrust in 4 inches, covering him. Drew remained where he was, his left arm thrown protectingly across Boyd. "Now ain't this somethin'?" The man who had booted in the door was grinning down at the 2 on the hearth. He wore a blue coat right enough, but it was slick with old grease across the chest, stained on one shoulder, and his breeches were linsey-woolsey, his boots old and scuffed. And his bush of unkempt hair was covered with a battered hat topping a woolen scarf wound about ears and neck. The chill on Drew's spine was a band of ice. This was no Union trooper. The scout could identify a far worse threat now, bushwhacker. Guerrilla, one of the jackalls who hung on the fringe of both armies, looting, killing, and changing sides when it suited their purposes. Such a man was a murderer who would kill another for a pair of boots, a whole shirt, or the mere whim of the moment. "Come in, Simmy, we's got us a pair o' rebs," the man bawled over his shoulder, and then turned to Drew. "Don't you go gittin' no ideas, sonny. Jazz thar, he's got a bead right on ya, and Jazz he's mighty good with that rifle gun. Now, you just pull out that Colt o' yourn and toss it here. Make it fast, too, boy. I'm a mighty impatient man." Drew pulled free the Colt still in its holster, tossing it across the floor so that it spun against the fellow's boot. The big hairy hand scooped it up easily and tucked the weapon barrel down in his belt. A second man, smaller, with a thin face which had an odd lopsided look, squeezed through the door and sidled along the wall of the room, his rifle pointed straight at Drew's head. He spat a blotch of tobacco juice on the hearth, spattering the edge of the top blanket which covered Boyd. "What's th matter why him?" he demanded. "He's sick," Drew returned. "You Union?" The big man grinned. "Sure, sonny, sure. We is Union, scouts. Union scouts." He repeated that as if pleased by the sound. "And you is rebs, which makes you our prisoners. So he's sick, eh? What's the matter?" "I don't know." Drew's fingers were only inches away from the Colt under the blanket. But he could dare no such move with that rifle covering him from the window. "Jazz, any sign out thar?" the big man called. "Petey ain't seen any, just 2 horses." The words came from behind the still-ready rifle. "Why, tell him to look round some more. And you kin come in, Jazz. These here rebs ain't gonna be no trouble, is you, sonny?" Drew shook his head. Luck appeared to be on his side. Once Jazz was in here, they could hope to turn tables on the 3 of them, with Weatherby and Kirby taking them by surprise. Jazz appeared in the doorway a moment or so later. He was younger than his 2 companions, younger and more tidy. His coat was also blue, and he wore a forage cap pulled down over hair very fair in the firelight. There was a fluff of young beard on his chin, and he carried himself with the stance of a drilled man. "Deserter," thought Drew. The newcomer surveyed Drew and Boyd expressionlessly, his eyes oddly shallow, and tramped past them to hold his hands to the blaze on the hearth, keeping his rifle between his knees. Then he reached up with his weapon, hooked the barrel in the chain supporting the pot, and pulled that to him, sniffing at the now bubbling contents. "You, Reb," the big man towered over Drew, "get this friend o' yourn and drag him over thar. Us wants to get warm." "Drew?" Boyd looked up questioningly, his feverish gaze passing on to the gorilla. "Where's Shelley?" The big man's grin faded. His big boot came out, caught Drew's leg in a vicious prod. "Who's this here Shelley? Whereat is he?" "Shelley was his brother," Drew said, nodding at Boyd. "He's dead." "Dead, eh? How come Sonny Boy here's a skin for him then?" He leaned over them, and his fingers grabbed and twisted at the front of Drew's threadbare shell jacket. "I ask ya, Reb, whereat is this he a Shelley?" He seemed only to flick his wrist, but the strength behind that move whirled Drew away from Boyd, brought him part way to his feet, and slammed him against the wall, where the big man held him pinned with small expenditure of effort. "Shelley's dead." Somehow Drew kept his voice even. "Kirby. Weatherby. They were there." Boyd's out of his head with fever. Jazz let the pot swing back over the fire, moving toward Boyd to lean over and stare at the boy's flushed face. "Might be so," Jazz remarked. "Two horses, two men. Neither one much to bother about." "Better be so." The big man held Drew tight to the wall and cuffed him with his other hand. Dazedly, his head ringing, Drew slipped to the floor as the other released him. "Now," that boot prodded Drew again, "get your friend over thar, Reb." Drew stumbled back and went on his knees beside Boyd. His fingers groped under the edge of the blanket, closing on the Colt. Jazz was inspecting the pot again, and Simmy had moved forward to share the warmth of the hearth. With the revolver still in his hand, though concealed by the blanket, Drew pulled Boyd away from the fire as best he could, aware the big man was watching closely. Jazz reached up to the crude mantel shelf, brought down a wooden spoon, and wiped it on a handkerchief he pulled from an inner pocket. "This ain't fancy grub," he observed to the room at large, "but it's better than nothin'. You want Simmy to bring in Petey, Hatch? Cap'n S comin'. Simmy's remark was made in a tone of objection. Hatch swung his head around to eye the smaller man. "You bring Petey in," he ordered. "Now," he added. For a second or two it appeared that Simmy might rebel, but Hatch stared him down. Jazz scooped out a spoonful of the pot's contents and blew over it. "You fixin' on havin' a showdown with the captain, Hatch?" he asked. The big man laughed. "I has me a showdown with anyone what gets too big for his britches, Jazz. You, Reb," he indicated Drew, with a thumb poking through a ragged glove, "supposin' you just show us what you got in them pockets o' yourn." Jazz laughed. "Don't figure to find anything worth talkin' on a Reb, do you, Hatch? Most of 'em are porter and dirt." "Now that's where you figure wrong, Jazz." Hatch shook his head as might one deploring the stupidity of the young. "Lots of them little Reb boys has got somethin' salted way, a nice watch maybe, or a ring or such. Them what comes from big houses kinda hold on to things from home. What you got, Reb?" "A gun, in your back." Jazz spun in a half-crouch, his rifle coming up. There was the explosion of a shot, making a deafening clap of thunder in the room. The younger bushwhacker cried out. His rifle lay on the floor, and he was holding a bloody hand. Kirby stood in the doorway, a Colt in each hand. And now Drew produced his own hidden weapon, centering it on Hatch. The door burst open for the second time as Simmy was propelled through it, his hands shoulder high, palm out, and empty. Weatherby came behind him, a gun belt slung over one shoulder, 2 extra revolvers thrust into his own belt. "They got Petey," Simmy gabbled. "Got him why, a knife." His forward rush brought him against the wall, and he made no move to turn around to face them. He could only plaster his body tight to that surface as if he longed to be able to ooze out into safety through one of its many cracks. Shuck hardware. Kirby ordered. Hatch's grin was gone. The fingers of his big hands were twitching, and the twist of his mouth was murderous. Listen, the Texan's tone was frosty. I've a finger what cramps on trigger when I get riled, and I'm gettin' riled now. You loose off that fightin' iron, and do it quick. Hatch's hand went to his gun. He jerked it from the holster and slung it across the floor. Now one you got holdin' up your belly, and your knife. The Colt that Hatch had taken from Drew and a Bowie with a long blade joined the armament already on the boards. Drew made a fast harvest of all the weapons. Well, we sure got us some bounty hunter's bag, Kirby observed as he and Weatherby finished using the captive's own belts to pinion them. There may be more comin', they talked about some captain. Drew brought Boyd back to the warmth of the fire. Weatherby nodded. I'll scout. He disappeared out the door. Jazz was rocking back and forth, holding on one knee the injured hand Kirby had roughly bandaged, his other arm was fastened behind him. There were tears of pain on his cheeks, but after his first outcry he had not uttered a sound. Hatch, on the other hand, had been so foul-mouthed that Kirby had torn off a length of the bed covering and gagged him. Simmy sat now with his back against the wall, watching their every move. Of the three, he seemed the likeliest to talk. Kirby appeared to share in Drew's thoughts on that subject, for now he bore down on the small man. You expectin' some friends? Compared to his tone of moments earlier, the Texan's voice was now mildly friendly. We'd like to know, seein' as how we're thinkin' some hospitable thoughts, 'bout entertainin' them proper. Simmy stared up at him, bewildered. Kirby shook his head, his expression one of a man dealing with a stubbornly stupid child. Listen, hombre, I'm from West Texas, and that Thea's Comanche country, leastwise it was Comanche country 'fore we Tejano moved in. Now Comanches, they're an unfriendly people, 'bout the unfriendliest Injuns, 'cept Patches, a man can meet up with. And, they have them some neat little ways of makin' a man talk, or rather yell, his lungs out. It ain't too hard to learn them tricks, not for a bright boy like me, it ain't. You able to understand that? Kirby did not scowl, he did not even touch the little man. But as one drawling word was joined to the next, Simmy held his body tighter against the wall, as if to escape by pushing. I ain't done nothin', he cried. That's what I said, little man. You ain't done nothin'. But you're goin' to do somethin', talk. Simmy's pale tongue swept across working lips. What, you wanta, know, he stuttered. You expectin' to meet some friends here? Rest, oh, the boys and captain, they may be catchin' up. How many boys? Simmy's tongue tripped again. He swallowed. Drew thought he was trying to produce a crumb of defiance. Kirby reached out, selecting Hatch's Bowie knife from the cache of captured weapons. He weighed it across the palm of his hand as if trying its balance and then, with deceptive ease, flipped it. The point thudded into the wall scant inches away from Simmy's right ear, and the little man's head bobbed down so that his nose hit one of his hunched-up knees. How many boys? Kirby repeated. Depends. On what? On how good ride-in is. After a fight thar's always some pickin's. Drew was suddenly sick. What Simmy hinted at was the vulture work among the dead and the wounded too enfeebled to protect themselves from being plundered. He saw Kirby's lips set into a thin line. Kinda throw a wide rope, don't you, little man? How many boys? Maybe 5, 6. And this he a captain? He tells us we thar's good pickin's. For a moment the man produced a spark of spite. He's a reb, like you. Have you used this place before? Drew broke in. If this were either a regular or temporary rendezvous for this jackal pack, the quicker they were away, the better. No, the captain said to meet here tonight. I don't suppose he said when. Kirby's question was answered by a shake of Simmy's unkempt head. Boyd suddenly moved in his cocoon of blankets, struggling to sit up, and Drew went to him. He was coughing again with a strangling fight for breath which was frightening to watch. Drew steadied him until the attack was over and he lay in the other's arms, gasping. The liquid in the pot on the fire was cooked by now. Perhaps if Boyd had some of that in him. But dared they stay here? Kirby squatted back on his heels as Drew settled Boyd on his blankets and went to unhook the pot. Then the Texan supported the younger boy as Drew ladled spoonfuls of the improvised broth into his mouth. Doc'll come, Kirby murmured. Croft promised to guide him here. But this gang business. I don't see how we can move him now. Drew was feeding the broth between Boyd's lips, trying to ease the cough, his wits too dull to tackle any problem beyond that. Which means we gotta keep company from moving in. If we could raise us a few of the boys now. Kirby was speculative. If you went back to camp, gave the alarm. Traggart doesn't want a gang like this running loose around here. They say they're Union, maybe they do have some connection with the Yankees. With a Reb captain thrown in with them. Most of these polecats play both sides of the border when it'll get them anything they want. And they could try and pay their way with the Yankees by tellin' 'bout our movements here. Could you make it to camp, fast? Kirby grunted. Sure, easy as driftin' downriver on one of them Thea steamers. But leavin' you here with that mess of skunks is somethin' else. Weatherby's out there. Anything or anyone gettin' by him would have to come in on wings. And wings don't come natural to this breed of critter. Alright, I don't see how Thea's much else we can do. We can't go pullin' the kid round any more. I'll give Weatherby the high sign and make it back as quick as I can. Let's see if these here ropes is staked out tight. He made a careful inspection of their 3 captives' bonds, and Drew laid the assorted armament to hand. But Kirby hesitated by the door. You keep your eyes peeled, amigo. Weatherby, he can pull that in and out game through the loft like he did before. But one man can't be all over the range at once. I know. Drew studied the remnants of battered furniture about the room. He thought he could pull the bed frame across the outer door, and shove the table and bench in front of the door to the lean-to. And there was a section of wall right under the broken window which could not be seen by anyone outside. I've some precautions in mind. I'm ridin' then. See you. Kirby was gone with a wave of hand. Boyd was quiet again. The broth must have soothed him. Drew shifted the other's body to the floor on the spot of safety under the window. As he returned to gather up the arms he noted that Jazz was watching him. Some of the first shock of his wound had worn off so that the gorilla was not only aware of his present difficulties but was eyeing Drew in a manner which suggested he had not accepted the change in their roles as final. Drew hesitated. He could tie back that wounded hand, too, but he was sure the other could not use it to any advantage, and Drew could not bring himself to cause the extra pain such a move would mean. Not that he had any illusions concerning the bushwhackers' care for him, had their situation been reversed. Simmy, once Kirby had gone, moved against the wall, holding up his head with a sigh of relief. He, too, watched Drew move the furniture. And when the scout did not pay any attention to him he spoke. What you gonna do with us, Reb? Hatch's eyes, over the gag, were glaring evil. Jazz was watching the 2 Confederates with an intent measuring stare. But Simmy wilted a little when Drew looked at him directly. You're prisoners of war. As Union scouts. Simmy wriggled uncomfortably, and Drew continued the grilling. You are Union scouts. Sure. Sure. We's Union, ain't we, Jazz? He appealed eagerly to his fellow. Jazz neither answered or allowed his gaze to wander from Drew. Then you'll get the usual treatment of a prisoner. Drew was short, trying to listen for any movement beyond the squalid room. Weatherby was out there, and Drew put a great deal of trust in the Cherokee's ability. But what if the captain and the remaining members of this outlaw gang arrived before Kirby returned with help? Seeing that Boyd appeared to be asleep, Drew once again inspected his weapons, checking the loading of revolvers and rifle. Jazz's rifle was one of the new Spencers. The Yankees loaded those on Sunday and fired all week, or so the boys said. It was a fine piece, new and well cared for. He examined it carefully and then looked up to meet Jazz's flat stare, knowing that the guerrilla's hate was the more bitter for seeing his prized weapon in the enemy's hands. The Spencer, Simmy's Enfield, old and not very well kept, 5 Colts beside his own, Hatch's Bowie knife and another, almost as deadly looking, which had been found on Jazz, equipped Drew with a regular arsenal. But it was not until he settled down that Drew knew he faced a far more deadly enemy, sleep. The fatigue he had been able to battle as long as he was on the move, hit him now with the force of a clubbed rifle. He knew he dared not even lean back against the wall or relax any of his vigilance, not so much over the prisoners and Boyd, as over himself. Somehow he held on, trying to move. The pile of wood by the hearth was diminishing steadily. He would soon have to let the fire die out. To venture out of the house in quest of more fuel was too risky. And always he was aware of Jazz's tight regard. Simmy had fallen asleep, his thin, weasel face hidden as his head lolled forward on his chest. Hatch's eyes were also closed. Drew straightened with a start, conscious of having lost seconds, or moments, somewhere in a fog. He jerked aside, perhaps warned by his scout's sixth sense more than any real knowledge of danger. There was a searing flash beside his head, the bite of fire on his cheek. If he had not moved, he would have received that blazing brand straight between the eyes. Now he rolled, snapping out a shot. A man shouted hoarsely and Drew strove to avoid a kick, struggling to win to his feet, unable to tell just what was happening. 13. Disaster. Simmy's animal-like howling filled the room. Jazz, his hand bleeding afresh, sopping through the bandage his captors had twisted about the wound, sprawled forward, clawing with those reddened fingers for the Spencer. While Hatch, eyes and upper portions of his hair-matted cheeks bulging over the gag, kicked out, striving to come at Drew with the frenzy of a man making a last desperate play. The brand Jazz had hurled was smoldering on Boyd's blankets. Drew sent it flying with the toe of his boot and made a quick movement to stamp out a small spurt of flame. Then he kicked it again, spinning the Spencer back against the wall. Simmy's cry died to a whimper. A wide stain spread over his nondescript coat just above the belt, and Drew knew that his first shot had found that target. But he was in charge of the situation once again. Both Hatch and Jazz had subsided, the one eyeing the threat of Drew's weapon, the other again nursing his hand, his face drawn into a grin of agony. The smell of burning cloth was a sour stench. Drew moved to beat out a new blaze in the bedcovers. He coughed in acrid smoke and felt the smart of the burn along his neck and jaw where the brand had hit him. Simmy rolled on the floor, bent double. Drew! Boyd was struggling free of his blankets, up on one elbow, staring about him as one who had wakened into a nightmare rather than having come out of such a dream. It's all right. But was it? Hatch had subsided. Jazz was quiet. There was nothing to fear from Simmy. Only that same sense which was part of any scout's equipment nagged at Drew, warning him that the crisis was not over. He went down on one knee beside Simmy, endeavoring to roll him over to examine his wound. The guerrilla's mouth was slackly open, his small, predator's eyes were oddly bewildered, as if he could not comprehend what had happened to him or why. As Drew fumbled with his clothing to lay bare the wound, Simmy twisted, his legs pulling up a little. Then his head rolled, and Drew sat back on his heels. There was no longer any need for aid. Boyd still rested on his elbow, listening. He could hear Hatch's thick breathing and Jazz's, a crack of charred wood breaking on the hearth, a slashing against the broken window. The storm had begun again. Only those were not the sounds they were listening for. Drew visited in turn each of the flimsy barricades he had erected after Kirby left. He had no way of telling time. How long had it been since the Texan left? It could not be too far from morning now, yet the sky outside the windows was still as black as night. Drew! Boyd pulled his other hand free, pointing to the ceiling over their heads. The loft. And the route Weatherby had made use of when he had gone up that ladder, dropped out of a window above, and returned with his prisoner through the front door. But if the Cherokee had come back to the cabin, surely the disturbance in the room below would have brought him down. Unless he was otherwise occupied. How? And by whom? Drew went to the foot of the ladder, not looking up to show his suspicion, but only to listen. He was certain he heard a scraping sound. Was it someone making his way through a small window? No one who had been weeks in Weatherby's company could believe that the Indian would betray his movements in that manner. Drew left the ladder, collected the Spencer, and joined Boyd. The rest of the weapons lay at hand, and Drew sorted them out swiftly, piling them between Boyd and his own post. From here, as he had earlier planned, they had both doors, 2 windows, and the ladder to the loft under surveillance. The other window was over the level of their heads. As long as they kept below its sill, anyone shooting through it could not touch them. Boyd hitched his shoulders higher against the wall. He was still flushed, his eyes too bright, but he was certainly more himself than he had been any time since they had brought him here. Now he reached for one of the Colts, resting it on his body at chest level. "Who are they?" he whispered, glancing at the prisoners. "Guerrillas," Drew replied. "More company comin'?" "Might be." Once went for the boys. But Boyd's chin lifted an inch or two, a slight gesture to indicate the ceiling again. He brought his other hand up, and using both, cocked the Colt, that click carrying with almost a shot's sharp twang through the room. Jazz was again staring at Drew, his lips a silent snarl. But the scout believed that as long as he was alert, weapons in hand, he had nothing more to fear from his prisoners. They had made their reckless gamble and had lost. The opening at the top of the ladder was a square of dark, hardly touched by the flickering light of the dying fire. "Euthea!" The barking hail came from without, strident, startling. "We have you surrounded." It was the voice of an educated man with the regional softening of vowels. "Simmy's captain." What then had happened to Weatherby? Boyd braced the barrel of his Colt on a bent knee, its sight centered on the front door. But Drew still watched the loft opening. "Last chance, come out with your hands up." The voice was very close now. And the unknown apparently knew at least part of the situation in the cabin. Which meant either very clever scouting, or that they had taken Weatherby. But Drew, knowing the habits of the guerrillas, dared not follow that last thought far. He tried to locate the man outside. He was in front all right, but surely not directly in line with the door. "Captain!" Jazz called, his gaze daring Drew to shoot. "There's only 2 of them, and 1 sick." There was a flicker of movement in the trap opening. Drew fired, to be answered by a yelp of pain and surprise. Perhaps he had not entirely removed one of the attackers from the effective list, but the fellow would be more cautious from now on. There was only a short second between his shot and an answering fusillade from outside. The panes in the other windows shattered and Hatch, gurgling incoherently behind his gag, kicked to roll himself behind the flimsy protection of the bedstead. "You almost got one of your own men then," Drew called. Feverishly he tried to think of a way to play for time. Weatherby might be dead, but Kirby could have reached the headquarters camp and already be well on his way back with reinforcements. Hatch's gurgling was louder. And now Jazz had transferred his attention to the broken windows and what might be beyond them. There was a creaking above. Drew tried to deduce from those sounds whether 1 man or 2 moved overhead. The fire was dying fast. Should he try to urge it into new life with the last of the wood, or would the dark be more to his benefit? Shots again, but not crashing through the windows now, these were outside. A man screamed shrilly. Then a horse cried in pain. Drew heard the pounding of hoofs, and in the loft a quick shuffling. More shots. Boyd laughed hysterically, and then coughed, until he bent over the Colt he still grasped, gasping. Drew steadied him against his shoulder, trying to picture for himself what was happening outside. It sounded very much as if Kirby's relief force had arrived and that the captain and his gang were in retreat. "Drew! Everything all right?" There was no mistaking Kirby's voice. He had brought not only 4 other scouts from the camp, but also Lieutenant Traggart and the doctor. And as the major portion of that relief force crowded into the room, Drew leaned back against the wall, very glad to let other authority take over. "Guerrilla scum," was the lieutenant's verdict on their prisoners. "They say they're Union. Or ours, whichever works best at the time. There's another one dead out there, and he's wearing one of our cavalry jackets." "Officers?" Drew wondered if they had picked off the captain. "No, you thinkin' he was this renegade officer Kirby was talkin' about? I don't think this is the one. He's a pretty nasty-lookin' specimen, though. 4 of 'em at least got away. We'll take these 2 into camp and see what they can tell us. The general will be interested. I'd say this one's a Yankee deserter. He studied jazz." The young man in the blue jacket spat, and one of the scouts hooked his fingers in the other's collar, jerking him roughly to his feet. "Mount and start back with them," Traggart ordered. "How's the boy, Sue?" Boyd had wilted back into his blankets when the stimulation of the fight was gone. He was still conscious, but his coughing shook his whole body. "Lung fever, unless he gets the right care." The surgeon was going about his business with dispatch. "I hate to move him, but there's no sense in remaining here as a target for more of this trash." He glanced at Jazz and Hatch impersonally. "Lucky we brought the wagon. Tell Henderson to bring it up. We'll take him to the Letterworth house for now." Reeling a little when he tried to walk, Drew found himself sharing the accommodation of the wagon with Boyd, a canvas slung across them to keep off the gusts of rain. He fell asleep as they bumped along, unable to fight off exhaustion any longer. 24 hours later he was back on duty with the advance. Boyd was housed in such comfort as any could hope to find, and the cavalry was on the move. Buford's men were to picket along the Cumberland River. There was a new feel to the army. Drew sensed it as he rode with the small headquarters detachment. Empty saddles, too many of them, and the growing belief, evidenced in mutters passed from man to man, that they were engaged in a nearly hopeless bid. Franklin, which for Drew had been a wild gallop across some fields, a strip of cloth seized from the enemy to set beneath a guidon of their own, had been a major disaster for the Army of the Tennessee. Forrest's energy and drive kept the cavalry a sharp-edged weapon, still to be used with telling effect. But they all sensed the clouds gathering over their heads, not those laden with the eternal chill rain, but ones which carried with them a coming night. It was so cold that men had to use both hands to cock their revolvers. And Drew saw Croft swing from the saddle, draw his belt knife to cut the hoof from a dead horse. The Cherokee glanced up as he looped his grisly trophy to his saddle horn. "Need the shoe," he explained briefly. "Runner has one worn pretty thin." He patted the drooping neck of his mount. Hannibal walked around the dead horse carefully. The mule was only a skeleton copy of the sturdy, well-cared-for animal Drew had ridden out of Cotty's. But he would keep going until he dropped, and his rider knew it. "Any trace of Weatherby?" Drew asked. The disappearance of the other Cherokee scout at the cabin battle had continued as a mystery for their own small company. None of those who had known him could credit the Indian being taken unawares by the guerrilla force. He had vanished somewhere in the dark of the night, and none of their searching a day later, interrupted by orders to move, had turned up a clue. "Not yet," Croft answered. "He may have made too wide a circle and run into a Yankee picket. Someday, perhaps, we shall know. Look there." From their screen of cover they watched a blue cavalry patrol trot along a lane. "Headin' for home corral, and lookin' twice over each shoulder while they do it," commented Kirby. "Was we to let out a yell now, they'd drag it so fast they'd dig their hoofs in clear down to the stirrup leathers." Drew shook his head. Those are General Wilson's men, can't be sure with them that they wouldn't come poundin' up, sabers out, tryin' to take a prisoner or two. Anyway, we don't stir them up, that's orders. Kirby sighed. Too bad. Cold as it is, a little fightin' would warm an hombre up some. You know, for sure, the only way we're gonna get out of this here war is to fight our way out. Croft reined his patient mount around. The big fight is comin'. Nashville? Drew asked, aware of a somber shadow closing in on them all. The Cherokee shrugged. Nashville? Maybe. The signs are not good. It's when the signs ain't good, Kirby observed, that fellas lean on their hardware twice as hard. Heard tell of gunfighters not chin their irons for each man they take in a shootout. Me, I'm kinda workin' the same idea for battles. And I have me a pretty good tally, Shiloh, Lebanon, Chickamauga, Cynthiana twice, Harrisburg, and a mixed herd o' little ones. Gittin' pretty long, that line o' notches. His voice trailed away as he watched the disappearing Yankee cavalrymen, but somehow Drew thought he was seeing either more or less than blue-coated men riding under a sullen December sky. Yes, a long tally of battles, and all those small fights in between which sometimes a man could remember better than the big ones, remember too often and too well. The wagons pulled out of the Letterworth place this mornin', Drew said. They were gone when I stopped by at noon. Goin' south. Any news of the kid? They took him along. There was a faint ray of comfort in the thought that Boyd had been judged well enough to be moved with the rest of the sick and wounded up from the temporary hospitals and shelters in the neighborhood. The seriously ill certainly could not be moved. But he wished he could have seen the boy, there was no telling when and where they would meet again. Well, Kirby pointed out, if the doc took him, it means they thought he was able to make it. He's young and tough. Bet he'll be back in line soon. They'll travel slow, Croft added. Drivin' hogs and cattle and all those wagons, they ain't goin' to push. Forrest, along with his prisoners, wagons, sick and wounded, the barefoot, and dismounted men, was driving 4-footed supplies south on his way to the Tennessee River, and he was not likely to risk or relinquish any of the spoil. Buford's Kentuckians lay in wait along the Cumberland, hoping perhaps to echo, if only faintly, their earlier successes against the gunboats and supply transports. And at Nashville a battle was shaping. Drew had ridden in to report when the first of the new retreat orders came. General Buford, who had invited Drew up to the fire, sat listening as the scout held his stiff hands to the blaze and listed the sum total of the day's comings and goings as far as Yankee patrols were concerned. No sign of that missin' scout? The general asked and Drew's account was finished. Pour yourself a cup of that, boy. It ain't coffee. In fact, I don't inquire too deeply into what Lish does bring me to drink nowadays. But it's kind of comfortin' to have something warm under your belt in this weather. Blame coldest, wettest winter I ever did see. No sign of Weatherby? He repeated as Drew sipped from the tin cup his superior had pushed into his hands, not only grateful for the warmth spreading through his insides, but also for the heat of the container he cupped between his palms. No, Sue, no sign at all. That's strange. The general edged his solid bulk forward on his stool, which creaked as his weight shifted. He poured himself a cup of the same brew he had urged upon the scout. Those were guerrillas right enough. Scum from both sides, just out like buzzards to pick up what they could. Only they were too far into our lines, and bolder than most. Doesn't fit somehow. Might be cover for Union scouts after all, Sue. Buford shrugged. Not very likely. If Weatherby does report in, send him to me. Oh, by the way, Rennie, you're promoted to sergeant to take Wilkins' place. The general sat gazing into the cup he held, but it was plain his thoughts were far from the current substitute for coffee. Thank you, Sue. Buford glanced up. Thank? Oh, the sergeant business. Lieutenant Traggart put you in for the first opening some time ago. You had your trainin' with Morgan, and you learned well. John Morgan, hard to think of him dead now. And Pat Cleburne, and all the rest. We have to close ranks and do double duty for all of them. Again he was speaking his thoughts, Drew was sure. Well, Sergeant Rennie, we will. The courier who stumbled into the room, lurched against the rude wooden table, almost rebounding from it to fall. He was nearly out on his feet where broken boots were mired within inches of their tops. Drew put down his cup and jumped up to steady the man. General Forrest's compliments, Sue. Will you bring up the division to join General Chalmers? The battle's on at Nashville, and it may be necessary to form a rear guard for a retreat. He got the message out mechanically in a croak. So they went to start the first move in a vast job of salvage. Buford's men marched fast to come between a broken army and the full force of enemy pursuit. For Franklin, having bled the Army of the Tennessee of its strength, was only the beginning of chaos. Nashville crushed the remains, and the remnants fled, a crippled despairing flight of the defeated. The big gamble was totally lost. It was Forrest who commanded that hastily formed rear guard. Its stiff spine was his cavalry, with the addition of 2 brigades of infantry, Alabama and Georgia troops. Snapping at them was Union cavalry in full force. Not snapping at their heels, for it was fawn to fawn. The Confederates only gave ground fighting. Day darkened on the field and they were in hand-to-hand assault. A man-marked musket or carbine flashed to sight on the enemy. And as time became a nightmare of almost continuous battle, the rain lashed at the struggling men with a whip of icy water. Fighters crouched behind rail fences while the Union cavalry charged across black fields, hoofs drumming on the ground, and the sputtering fire of carbines making an uneven kind of lightning along the improvised wood barricades. Black tree trunks gleamed greasily in the wet, and here and there, out of defiance, the war whoop of the yell cut eerily through the melee. After evacuating Columbia, they closed ranks and stiffened again, knowing that they must be the wall between the disorganized rabble of the army and the thrust of the Yankee forces coming confidently to finish them off. Cavalry, volunteers from the infantry, fragments of commands all, but still with enough cohesion behind a commander they trusted to fall back in fighting order, and fighting, even to countercharge when the need and the occasion offered. Drew, Kirby, Croft, and Webb circled around a wagon, bringing the driver to a halt, his mule team standing with drooping heads, blowing and puffing so that their ribs showed as bony bars through their wet hides. Git! The driver raised his whip as a weapon of offense until he saw where Croft's carbine was aimed. A little pale, he sank back on the seat. A bush of whiskers hid most of his dirty face, and there was something about him which reminded Drew of the gorilla Simmy. "What do you want?" he whined. "Orders," Drew told him shortly. "Pull over there and dump your load." "Whose orders?" The driver bristled, still fingering his whip. "General Forrest's." "Now get to it." Drew put snap in that. "All right, boys," he called to the patiently waiting line of infantrymen, "here's another one ready to carry you as soon as you empty it." The ragged half-company fanned forward, bearing down upon the wagon as if it were a Yankee stronghold. They swarmed over and in it, pitching the contents out on the ground in spite of the futile protests of the driver. "Lordy! Lordy!" One of the willing unloaders paused, his arms about a box. He was staring into its interior, bemused. "Look at what's here. I ain't seen such a lovely, lovely sight since I had me a chance on the river at that Bluebelly supply ship." He placed the box with exaggerated care on the ground and dived into it, coming up with a can in each hand. "Boys, we has us a treasure, we sure enough has." He was immediately the core of a group eager to share in his find. The driver half raised his whip. Kirby brought his horse closer to the wagon, caught at the lash, pulling the stock out of the other's hands with a quick jerk. "Reckon the boys must have lighted on your own private cash, fella. Don't hump your tail none 'bout it. They ain't in no mood to listen to any palaver on the subject. Better ride it out peaceable like." "Much obliged, Sarge." The original finder of the treasure trove broke from the circle and handed Drew some crackers. "The boys want you should have a taste, too." Drew laughed and began sharing the windfall with the scouts. "Better break it up, soldiers. The general wants us on the move." They were already busy throwing the last articles out of the wagon, settling in. Barefoot, cold, hungry, until the last few minutes, they were Forrest's indomitable rear guard, riding between brisk spats with the enemy. Kirby tested the edge of a cracker between his teeth as they trotted on in search for another wagon to turn over to the infantry. "This here army is bound to get mounted, one way or the other," he commented. "Hope we have some more luck like that in the next wagon, too." 14. Hell in Tennessee. "At least we have that river between us now," Drew said. Behind them was Columbia, where Forrest had bought them precious hours of traveling time with his truce to discuss a prisoner exchange. Along the banks of the now turbulent Duck River not a bridge or boat remained to aid their pursuers. Buford's scouts had had a hand in that precaution. "Yeah, and Forrest's waitin' for the Yankees to try and smoke him out. It's 'bout like puttin' your hand in a rattler's den to get him by the tail, I'd say. But I'd feel a mite safer was Thea and Ocean between us. Funny, a man is all randy with his tail up when he's doin' the chasin', but you get mighty dry-mouthed and spooky when the cards is slidin' the other way, crossed the table. Seems like we has been chased back and forth over these here rivers so much, they ought to know us by now. And be a little more obligin' and do some partin', like in that old Bible story, let us through on dry land. Man, how I could do with some dry land." Kirby spoke with unusual fervor. Croft laughed. "No use hopin' for that. Anyways, we have business ahead." Just as they had rounded up wagons to transport the infantry between skirmishes, so now they were on the hunt for oxen to move the guns. The bogs, miscalled roads, on their maps, demanded more animal power than the worn-out horses and mules of the army could supply. Oxen had to be impressed from the surrounding farms for use in moving the wagons and field pieces relay fashion, with those teams sometimes struggling belly-deep. Having pulled one section to a point ahead, they were driven back to bring up the rear of the train. "Not enough ice on the ground, it's rainin' it now." Kirby's shoulders were hunched, his head forward between them as if, tortoise-wise, he wanted to withdraw into a non-existent protecting shell. "Just be glad," Drew answered, "you ain't walkin'. I saw an ox fall back there a ways." Before it was hardly dead the men were at it, rippin' off the hide to cover their feet, bleedin' feet. "Oh, I'm not complainin'," the Texan said. "Mbut's still cover me, anyway. Me, I'm thankful for what I got, can even sing 'bout it." His soft, clear baritone caroled out. "And now I'm headin' southward, my heart is full of woe. I'm goin' back to Georgia to find my Uncle Joe. You may talk about your Beauregard and sing of General Lee. But the gallant hood of Texas played hell in Tennessee." Some sardonic Texan, anonymous in the defeated forces, had first chanted those words to the swinging march of his western command, the Yellow Rose of Texas, and they had been passed from company to company, squad to squad. By men who had always been a little distrustful of Hood, men who had looked back to the leadership of General Johnston as a good time when they actually seemed to be getting somewhere with this endless-seeming war. There was a soft echo from somewhere, "Played hell in Tennessee." "Sure did," Webb commented. "But this country comin' up now ain't gonna favor the blue bellies none." He was right. Both sides of the turnpike over which the broken army dragged its way south were heavily wooded, and the road threaded through a bewildering maze of narrow valleys, gorges, and ravines, just the type of territory made for defensive ambushes to rock reckless Yankees out of their saddles. The turnpike was to be left for the use of the rear guard of fighting men, while the wagon trains and straggling mass of the disorganized army of the Tennessee split up to follow the dirt roads toward Bainbridge and the Tennessee River. "Know somethin'?" Webb demanded suddenly, hours later, as they were on their way back with their hard-found quota of oxen and protesting owners and drivers. "This he is Christmas Eve, tomorrow's Christmas. Ain't had a chance to count up the days till now. Sounds like we is gonna have us a present, from the Yankees. Hear that, amigos? Kirby rose in his stirrups, facing into the wind. They could hear it right enough, the sharp spatter of rifle and musket fire, the deeper sound of field guns. It was a clamor they had listened to only too often lately, but now it was forceful enough to suggest that this was more than just a skirmish. Having seen their oxen into the hands of the teamsters, they settled down to the best pace they could get from their mounts. But before they reached the scene of action they caught the worst of the news from the wounded men drifting back. Saw him carried off myself, a thin man, with a bandaged arm thrust into the front of his jacket, told them. Yankees got cross Richland Creek and flanked us. General Buford got it then. Drew leaned from his saddle to demand the most important answer. How bad? Abram Buford might not have had the dash of Morgan, the electric personality of Forrest, but no one could serve in his headquarters company without being well aware of the steadfast determination, the regard for his men. The bulldog courage which made him Forrest's dependable, rock-hard supporter in the most dangerous action. They said pretty bad. General Chalmers, he took command. Christmas present, Kirby repeated bleakly. Looks like Christmas ain't gonna be so merry this year. They had lost Buford and they were forced back again, disputing savagely, hand to hand, revolver against saber, carbine against carbine, to Pulaski. 7 miles, and the enemy made to pay dearly for every foot of that distance. It was Christmas morning, and Drew chewed on a crust of corn pone, old and rock-hard. He wondered dully if his capacity to hold more than a few crumbs had completely vanished. And he allowed himself for 1 or 2 long moments to remember Christmas at Oak Hill, where he had managed to spend a more festive day than at Red Springs in the chilly neighborhood of his grandfather. Christmas at Oak Hill. Sheldon, Boyd, Cousin Mary, Cousin Jeff, too, before he died back in '59. Drew opened his eyes and saw a fire, not the flames of brandy flickering above a plum pudding, or the quiet, welcoming fire on a hearth, but rather a violent burst of yellow and red destruction punctured by bursts of exploding ammunition. These were the stores Forrest had ordered destroyed because the men could transport them no further. The word was out that they were going to make a firm stand near Anthony's Hill, again to the south. And they had been hard at work there to fashion a stopper which would either suck the venturesome enemy into a bad mauling, as Forrest hoped, or else just hold him to buy more time. There the turnpike descended sharply with a defile between 2 ridges which now housed Morton's battery, ready to blast road and hollow below. Felled timber, rails, stones, anything which could shelter a man from lead and steel long enough for him to shoot his share back, had been woven together, and a mounted reserve waited behind to prevent flanking. A good stout trap, the kind Forrest had used to advantage before and which had enough teeth in it to crush the unwary. Dilly, dilly, come and be killed, Drew repeated to himself that tag from some childhood rhyme or story as he waited at the mouth of the gorge to play his own part in the action to come. A small force of mounted men, scouts, and volunteers from various commands were bait. It was their job to make a short stiff resistance, then fly in headlong retreat, enticing the Union riders into the waiting ambush. Who's this he a dilly? Kirby wanted to know. Some Yankee? Drew laughed. Might be. He sagged a little in the saddle. Sleep during the past 10 days had come in small snatches. Twice he had caught naps lying in stalled wagons waiting for fresh teams to arrive, and both times he had been awakened out of dreams he did not care to remember. To ride with gummy eyelids and a sense of being so tired that there was a fog between him and most of the world. It was 2 days now since Buford had been wounded. The news was that the big Kentucky general would recover. And it was a whole 24 hours since he watched the Christmas fires Forrest had lit in Pulaski, the fires which had devoured what they no longer had the animal power to save. Here in the mouth of the gorge the silence was almost oppressive. He heard a smothered cough from one of the waiting men, a hoarse blow in a kind of wheeze. Then came the call of a bugle from down the road. Theirs, not ours, Drew thought. Hannibal shook his head vigorously, as if bitten by a sadly out-of-season fly. The captain commanding their company of bait signaled an advance. And they followed the familiar pattern of weaving in and out of cover to enlarge the appearance of their force. Firing rent the quiet of a few minutes earlier. Drew snapped a shot at the Yankee guidon-bearer, certain he saw the man flinch. Then, with the rest, he sent Hannibal on the best run the mule could hold, back into the waiting mouth of the hollow. They pounded on, eager to present such a picture of wholesale rout that the Union men would believe a soft strike, perhaps an important bag of prisoners, lay ahead, needing only to be scooped in. Perhaps it was the reputation for wheeliness Forrest had earned which put the Yankee commander on his guard. There was no headlong chase down the ambush valley as they had hoped and planned to intercept. Instead, dismounted men came at a careful, suspicious pace, cored around a single field piece, a small answer to their trap. But when that blue stream funneled into the hollow, the jaws snapped away. Canister from Morton's guns laid a scythe along the Union advance, cutting men to ground level. The yell shrilled along the slopes, and men jumped trees and rail barricades, pouring down in an assault wave not to be turned aside. The Yankee gun, its 8-horse team, men who stood now with their hands high, horses for riders who were no longer to need them. 300 of those horses from the lines behind the dismounted skirmishers, far more valuable than any inanimate treasure to men who had lost mounts, 150 prisoners. Kirby rode back from the eddy in the road, his mouth a wide grin splitting his skin-and-bone face. He had a length of heavy blue cloth across the saddle before him and was smoothing it lovingly with one chilblained hand. "Got me one of them Thea overcoats," he announced. "Sure fine, like to thank General Wilson for it personal. If I could get me in ropin' distance of him to do that." The small success of the venture was not a complete victory. His dismounted cavalry overrun or thrust back, Wilson brought up infantry, and they settled down to a dogged attack on the entrenched Confederates on the ridges. Union forces bored in steadily, slamming the weight of regiments against the flanks of the defenders. And slowly but inexorably, that turning movement pushed the Confederates in and back. Drew, riding courier, brought up to the ridge where Forrest sat on the big gray King Philip, statue still, immovable. "General, Sioux, the enemy is in our rear." Forrest turned his head abruptly, the statue coming to life. And there was impatience in the answer which was certainly meant for all the doubters at large and not to one sergeant of scouts relaying a message. "Well, ain't we in theirs?" General Armstrong, his men out of ammunition, made his own plea to fall back. But the orders were to hold. Hood was at Sugar Creek with the army, he must have time to cross. It was late afternoon when Forrest at last ordered the withdrawal, and they made it in an orderly fashion. Through the night the rear guard toiled on and a little after midnight they reached the Sugar in their turn. Drew splashed cold water on his face, not only to keep awake, but to rinse off the mud and grime of days of riding and fighting. He could not remember when he had had his clothes off, had bathed or worn a clean shirt. Now he smeared his jacket sleeve across his face in place of a towel and tramped wearily back to the fire where his own small squad had settled in for what rest they could get. Croft was sniffing the air, hound fashion. "Ain't gonna do you no good," Webb told him sourly. "Thea ain't nothin' in the pot, nor no pot neither, Les Kirby, 'membered to stow it last time. Lordy, back and middle are clean growed together, seems like. Feast your eyes, man. Just feast your eyes." Kirby unrolled his prized coat. In its folds was a greasy package which did indeed give up a treasure, a good 4-inch thick slab of bacon squeezed in with a block of odd, brownish-yellow stuff. They crowded around, dazzled by the sight of bacon, real bacon. Then Drew pointed at the accompanying block. "What's that? New kind of hardtack?" "Nope. That Thea's vegetables." Kirby spoke with authority. "Vegetables? Yeah. These here Yankee commissaries been workin' out new tricks all time. They takes a lot of stuff like turnips, carrots, beets, all such truck, and press it into cakes like this. Course you have to be careful. I heard tell as how one blue belly, he chawed the stuff dry and then drank water, it bloated him up like a cow in green cane. Poor fella, he just naturally suffered from bein' so greedy. But you drop it in water and give it a boil. Looks like hay, Drew commented without enthusiasm. He picked it up and sniffed dubiously. Man, Webb said, if the Yankees can eat hay, then we can too. And I'm hungry enough to chaw grass, were you to show me a tidy patch and say go to it. How come you know all about this hay stuff, Aunts? We found some of it on the Mazeppa. The lieutenant told us how it worked. The Mazeppa. Webb breathed reverently, and there was a moment of silence as they all recalled the richness of that capture. We sure could do with another boat like that one. Too bad this here crick ain't big enough to float a nice bunch of supplies in, right now. Kirby produced the pail dedicated to the preparation of coffee. But since coffee was so far in the past they could not even remember its smell or taste, no one protested his putting the vegetable block to the test by setting it boiling in the sacred container. Don't look like much. Webb fanned away smoke to peer into the pail. Kirby had also produced a skillet, made from half of a Yankee canteen, into which he was slicing the bacon. It's fillin', he retorted sharply. And you didn't pay for it, did you? A man who slangs cook, and the grub, now maybe he ain't gonna find his plate waitin' when it's time to eat. Webb drew back hurriedly. I ain't sayin' nothin' at all. Drew grinned. That's being wise, Will. Times when a man can talk himself right out of a good piece of luck. It's hot and fillin', and you got bacon to give it some taste. With hot food under their belts, a fire, and no sign of orders to move, they were content. Kirby and Croft followed the old plane's trick of raking aside the fire, leaving a patch of warmed earth on which all four could curl up together, 2 men sharing blankets. As the Texan squirmed into place beside him, Drew felt the added warmth of the plundered coat Kirby pulled over them. This had not been too bad a day after all, or rather yesterday had not, it was now not too far before dawn. They had made their play at Anthony's Hill and had come out of it with horses, some food, and a few incidental comforts like this coat. Now after eating, they had a chance to sleep. It seemed that Forrest was going to pull it off neatly again. Drowsily Drew watched the rekindled fire. They would make it, after all. He awoke to find a thick white cotton of fog enfolding the bivouac. The preparations they had made again of rail and tree breastworks to greet the Union advance were no easier to see than the men crouched in their shadows. It would be a blind battle if Wilson's pursuit caught up before this cleared. One would only be able to tell the enemy by his position. But there was no hanging back on the part of the Yankees that morning. Slowly, maybe blindly, but with determination, they were picking their way ahead, reaching the creek bank. If they could cut through Forrest's present lines, thrust straight ahead, they could smash the demoralized straggle of Hood's main command, and the Army of the Tennessee would cease to exist. The blue coats were shadows in the fog, the first advance wading the creek now, their rifles held high. And as that line closed up and solidified into a wall of men, a burst of flame met them face on. It was brutal, almost one-sided. The Yankees were on their feet, pacing into a country they could not clearly distinguish. While their opponents had picked trees and were firing from shelter with accuracy to tear huge gaps in that line. Men stopped, fired, then broke, running back to the creek for the safety which might lie beyond that wash of icy water. And as they went, ranks of the defenders rose and raced after them, hooting and calling as if on some holiday hunt. Now the cavalry moved in their turn, cutting savagely at the Union flanks, herding the dismounted Yankees back through the lines of their horse holders as the Morgan men had been driven at Cynthiana. Wild with fright, horses lunged, reared, tore free from men, and raced in and out, many to be caught by the gray coats. It was a rout, and they pushed the Union troops back, snapping up prisoners, horses, equipment, whipping out like a thrown net to sweep back laden with spoil. These attackers were the rear guard of a badly beaten army, but they did not act that way. They rode, fought, and outmaneuvered their enemies as if they were the fresh advance of a superior invading force. And the swift, hard blows they aimed bought not only time for those they defended, but also the respect, the irritated concern of the men they turned time and time again to fight against. Having pushed Wilson's troopers well back, the Confederates withdrew once more to the creek, waiting for what might be a second assault. They ate, if they were lucky enough to have rations, and rested their horses. Corn was long gone, so mounts were fed on withered leaves pulled from field shocks, from any possible forage a man could find. Drew led the gaunt rack of bones that was Hannibal to the creek, letting the mule lip the water. But it was plain the animal was failing. Drew shifted his saddle from that bony back to one of the horses they had gathered in during the morning. But the Yankee gelding was little improvement. In the mud, constantly cut by ice, too wet most of the time, a horse's hoofs rotted on its feet. And the dead animals, many of them put out of their misery by their riders, marked with patches of black, brown, gray, the path of the army. A man had to harden himself to that suffering, just as he had to harden himself to all the other miseries of war. War was boredom, and it was also quick, exciting action such as they had had that morning. It was fighting gunboats along the river. It was the heat and horror of that slope at Harrisburg, the cold and horror of Franklin. It was riding with men such as Anson Kirby, being a part of a fluid weapon forged and used well by a commander such as Bedford Forrest. It was a way of life. The scout's hand paused in his currying of Hannibal as that idea struck him for the first time. Now he thought he could understand why Red Springs and all it stood for was so removed and meaningless, was lost in the dim past. To Drew Rennie now, the squad, his round of duties, the army, these were home, not a brick house set in the midst of green fields and smooth paddocks. The house was empty of what he had found elsewhere, acceptance of Drew Rennie as a person in his own right, friendship, an occupation which answered the restlessness which had ridden him into rebellion. He stood staring at nothing as he thought about all that. Kirby startled him out of his self-absorption. "But your saddle, amigo. We're hittin' the trail again." As he swung up on the Yankee horse and took Hannibal's lead halter, Drew asked a question. "Ever seem to you, aunts, like the army's home? Like it's always been, and you've always been a part of it?" Kirby shot him a quick glance. "Guess we all kinda feel that sometimes. Get so you can hardly remember how it was 'fore you joined up. Me, I sometimes wonder if I just dreamed Texas outta m head. Only I keep remindin' myself that someday I can go back and see if it's just the way I dreamed it. Kinda nice to think 'bout that." They cut away from the main line of march, ranging out and ahead. Stragglers from the army must be moved forward, directed. And they came upon one of those, a tall man, limping on feet covered with strips of filthy rag. But he still had his musket, and on its bayonet was stuck a goodly portion of ham. He had been sitting on a tree trunk, but at the approach of the scouts he moved to meet them. "Howdy, fellas," he spoke in a hoarse voice, and wiped a running nose on his sleeve. "What command you in?" "Forrest's cavalry." "Scouts." "Forrest's." He took another eager step forward. "Now Thea is a command. Ain't been for you boys, Blue Bellies woulda gulped us right up. Nary a one of us got out of Tennessee." "You ain't rightly out yet, amigo," Kirby pointed out. "Kinda lost, ain't you?" The man shrugged and grinned wryly. "Feet ain't too good. But I'm makin' hit, fast as I can." "Can you fork a mule?" Drew asked. "This one is for ridin'. We'll take you to one of the wagons." "Now that's right kind of you boys, right kind." The man hobbled up to Hannibal as if he feared they might withdraw their offer. "Say, you hungry? Get us we can light a spell, and I'll divide my rations with you." He waved the musket with its impaled ham. "Maybe we'll do just that," Kirby promised. Drew dismounted to give the straggler a leg up on Hannibal before they headed on toward the Tennessee and the promise of a breathing space. 15. Independent Scout. "What did the doc say?" Kirby, His blue overcoat a splotch of color against the general drabness of the winter scene, came up towing Hannibal and his own mount. Doesn't think he should try it. Drew made a lengthy business of pulling on the knitted gloves he had acquired only that morning as a swap for a captured Yankee colt. The infantry, back under the solid security of Joe Johnston's leadership, had marched on into North Carolina, to face Sherman's destructive sweep there. In the West, the only effective Confederate force still in the field east of the Mississippi was Forrest's cavalry. And they had been granted 20 days' furlough to return home if they could get there, and gather clothing and fresh horses. The sun was far down the western horizon of the Confederacy, but to the men who rode with Forrest it had not yet set. Kid wants to go. That was the worst of it. When they listened to Boyd's eager talk, saw him make the effort to get on his feet again, they were almost convinced that the youngster could make the trip back through enemy-held territory to Oak Hill. Kirby, though he had no ties in Kentucky, was willing to chance the journey to help Boyd home. But those miles between, where they must skulk and maybe even fight their way, living out, eating very light, Boyd could not stand that. The surgeon's verdict was that such an idea was utter folly. "I'll try to get a letter through with one of the boys," Drew said. "Major Forbes ought to be able to furnish Cousin Mary with safe conduct on that side. We could have the general take care of it from this end. Then she could take him home with her when he was able to travel. You write the letter fast. The Kentucks are making tracks today." Drew swung into the saddle, and they headed back to camp. "Now that we ain't headin' north, you thinkin' of joinin' Croft and Webb?" Men on furlough had been given their orders to collect supplies from home, but also to devil the Yankees when and where they could. They were to fire into transports along the rivers and rout and capture any Union patrols small enough to be attacked when and where they came across them. The Cherokee Scout and others who could not return home asked for their own type of furlough, determined to hunt the district below Franklin. Since such men could be of great nuisance value well within the enemy lines, they were granted permission and were even now preparing to move out. Drew, who had held off from committing himself to the expedition until he had the final verdict on Boyd, knew that Kirby was eager to go. And Drew felt that old restlessness, which gripped him whenever he thought of spending days in camp. He could do nothing for Boyd, but they might be able to accomplish something in Tennessee. All right. He saw Kirby grin at his answer. The plan was one after the Texan's heart, and Drew knew what it had meant to him to hold back from it. "You tell the kid." Dr. Fairfax did. At least he had not had to deliver that blow, a small relief which did not, however, lighten his sense of responsibility. How'd he take it? Quiet, on the surface. The Boyd who once would have fought stubbornly to get his own way, the Boyd who would have pulled himself out of that big rocker and announced fiercely that he was riding home whether the doctor said yes or no, that Boyd was gone. Perhaps this new acceptance of hard facts was a matter of growing up. Drew clung to that. There was little he could do, except not go home without him. "The kid's gonna be all right?" "Doc hopes so, if he takes it easy. Ever feel like this here war's running down? I don't see how we can keep on much longer. Some of the boys are talking Texas. Get us down Thea and we can go off, be a republic again. Wouldn't be the first time the Tejano stood up all by themselves. Supposin' this fightin' here stops, you ridin' for Texas?" "I might." Kirby slapped his hand on the horn of his Mexican saddle. "Now that's what an hombre wants to hear. You change pasture on a good colt, makes him even fatter. Come blue bellies all over this here territory, we just shift range. And nobody gonna take Texas. Even the horny toads would spit straight in a Yankee's eye. How about it, Sarge?" They were at the cluster of rail-walled huts where the scouts had established a temporary headquarters. Webb hailed them from the door of one of those dwellings where he was rolling up the rubber cloth laid over corn husks to form the floor. "You Kentuck bound?" "No. Ridin' with you boys. Doc thinks Boyd can't try it." "Good enough, Sarge. We're pullin' out soon as Injun draws us some travelin' rations. Just enough to get us Thea. We can eat off the Yankees later. Since 1861 the clothing of the Confederate Army at large had never matched the colorful sketches hopefully issued by the Quartermaster General's Department. Perhaps in Richmond or some state capital the gold lace exponents did appear in tasteful and well-tailored gray with the proper insignia of rank. Forrest's men, equipped from the first by the unwilling enemy, wore blue, a blue tempered tactfully and ingeniously by butternut shirts, dyed breeches, when there was time to do any dyeing, and slouch hats. But as Drew rode out with his squad he might have been leading a Union rather than a rebel patrol, which, of course, was part of the necessary cover for venturing into the jaws of a very alert lion. Parts of West Tennessee were still Confederate-held and through those they rode openly. But the countryside could offer them nothing in the way of forage. Two armies had stripped it bare during the past few months. Sometimes foraging parties on opposite sides had been known to combine forces under a private truce, or had fought brisk, bitter skirmishes to decide which would collect the spoils. If there remained a hog or chicken still running loose, it certainly possessed the power of invisibility. They slipped across the river in one of the boats kept by local contacts acting in the scout service. Drew questioned the boy who owned their transportation. "Sure they's bummers out. Yankees say they's orn, but they ain't," he returned indignantly. "They ain't ridin' for nobody but their own selves. Cut off a Yankee and shoot him for the boots on his feet, do the same if they want a hoss. Git ketched they tell as how they scouts, workin' secret like. Scouts orn, if we catch Yankees, do the blue bellies take But they ain't nothin' but low-down trash as nobody wants, for sure." He dug his pole into the water as if he were impaling a gorilla on it. "They's mean, plenty mean, Sue. Don't go foolin' round them. Any special place they hang out?" Drew wanted to know. The boy shook his head. "Oh, they holes up now and then some lees. But they's a lotta empty houses, 'bout nowadays. And the bummers kin hide out good without no one knowin' they be Thea, till they get ready to jump. Cut off a supply wagon or raid a farm or somethin' like that. Ridin' the south side of the law." Kirby settled his gun belt in a more comfortable circle about his thin middle. "Bet they know all the tricks of hoppin' back and forth cross the border ahead of the sheriff, too. Time somebody collected bounty on those wolf scalps." Ridding the country of such vermin was indeed a worthy occupation. And their private quest for an answer to Weatherby's fate might be a part of that. But their first duty was to the army, the gathering of information, and any discomfort they could deal the Yankees, must be their primary project. Croft brought them into a camping site he had chosen for just such use. It lay at the head of a small rocky ravine down the center of which ran an ice-sealed thread of stream. It was not quite a cave, but provided shelter for them and their mounts. It was a clear night, and the ground was reasonably hard. They ate hard salt beef and cold army bread made with cornmeal, grease, and water the night before. "Leave here in the early mornin'. The Cherokee outlined his suggestions. "There's a road leadin' to the turnpike that's 3 or 4 miles from here. Last I heard, a bridge had washed out on the pike. Anybody ridin' from Pulaski to Columbia has to turn out and take this other way." "Good cover on it?" Drew asked. "The best." "I just got me one question," Kirby interrupted. "Say we was to gobble us up a bunch of strayin' Yankees along this road, what are we gonna do with 'em after? 4 of us don't make no army, and we ain't gonna be able to detach no prisoner guard. Course Thea are them what said from the first that the only good Yankees are them laid peaceful like in their graves. But I don't take natural to shootin' men what are holdin' up the sky with both hands." "Orders are to spread confusion," Drew observed. "I'd say if we hit quick and often, take a prisoner's boots, maybe, and his horse, and his gun. Also," Webb added, "his rations and his overcoat, be he wearin' one. Then turn him loose, after parolin' him. The Yankees don't honor a parole no more, Kirby objected. What if they don't? A lot of men comin' in sayin' they've been paroled will stir up trouble. Remember, from what we've heard, a lot of the Yankees ain't any happier about fightin' on and on than we are. So we take prisoners, get their gear, keep what we can use, destroy the rest, and turn the men loose. If we can move around enough, maybe we can draw some of Wilson's men out of that big army he's supposed to be gatherin' to hit us south. It's the old game Morgan played. Croft grunted. It may be old, but I've seen it work. All right, we parole prisoners and light out cross-country after a strike. I've been thinkin', Kirby was checking the loading of his Colts, if we start here, we can sorta work our way in, Coyote right up close to Franklin. They'll be expectin' us to light out for the home range, not go jinglin' into we they've fortayed up. Might raise a sight of smoke that way. Get Wilson's boys on the prod, for sure. Franklin. Croft repeated. Little below, maybe. From what that boy said, those bushwhackers move around pretty free, Drew reminded him, certain the Cherokee was back to the desire to search for Weatherby. We'll see what kind of luck we have along this road, Injun scouted. You take first watch, Injun. Yeah. Drew heard rather than saw the Cherokee leave their camp, bound for a lookout point. The other three bedded down, anxious to snatch as much rest as possible. Long before dawn they were on the move again, threading through the winter-seared woods. Croft brought them out unerringly behind a sagging rail fence well masked with the skeleton brush of the season. There was equally good cover on the other side of the road. Kirby climbed the fence, investigating a dark splotch on the surface of the lane. Fresh droppin's. Been a sight of trailin' long here recent. The rest was elementary. There was no need for orders. Croft and Webb holed up on one side of the lane well apart, Drew and Kirby did the same on the other. Waiting would be sheer boredom and in this weather the height of discomfort. The gray of early morning sharpened the land about them. Boyd would have enjoyed this game of tweaking a wildcat's tail. Drew chewed his lower lip, tasting the salt of sweat, the grit of road dust. Just now was no time to think of Boyd. He must concentrate on the business before him. He heard the sharp chittering of an aroused squirrel, repeated in two shrill bursts. But his own ear close to the ground told him they were to expect company. There was the regular thud of horses' hoofs, the sound of mounts ridden in company and at an even pace. The only remaining question was whether it was a Union patrol and small enough for the four of them to handle. 1, 2, 2 more. 5 of them, topping a small rise. A cavalry patrol, and the odds were not too impossible. Drew sighted sergeant stripes on the leader's jacket. It would depend upon how alert that non-com was. Wilson was drawing in new levies, so these men could be new to the district, even green in the army. The Yankee sergeant was past Kirby's post now, and after him the first 2 of his squad. He paid no attention to the bushes. Webb's carbine and Kirby's Colts cracked in what seemed like a single spat of sound. One of the troopers in the rear shouted, grabbing at a point high on his shoulder, the other one was thrown as his horse reared, its upraised 4 feet striking another man from the saddle as he endeavored to turn his mount. Drew fired, and saw the sergeant's carbine fall as he caught at the saddle horn, his arm hanging limp. Surrender. As Drew shouted that order into the tangle below, he leaped to the right. A single shot clipped through the bushes where he had been, answered by a blast from Webb. Then hands were up, men stared white-faced and sullen at the fence behind which might be a whole company of the enemy. Drew came into the open, the Spencer he had taken from Jazz covering the sergeant. For the expression on the non-com's face suggested that, wounded as he was, he would like nothing better than to carry on the struggle, with Drew as his principal target. Go ahead, get it over with. He spat at Drew. For a second Drew was bewildered, and then he suddenly guessed that the Union soldier expected to be shot out of hand. His anger was hot. We don't shoot prisoners. No. The evidence is not in favor of that statement, the Yankee spoke dryly, his accent and choice of words that of an educated man. What brand you think we're wearin', fella? Kirby had come out of concealment, his Colt steady on the captives. Guerrillas, I'd say, the sergeant returned heartily. Drew realized then that their mixture of clothing must have stamped them as the very outlaws they wanted to hunt down, as far as the Union troopers were concerned. Now that's where you're sure jumpin' your fences, Kirby's half grin vanished. We're General Forrest's men, not guerrillas. Or ain't you never heard tell of Forrest's cavalry? Seems like anyone wearin' blue and forkin' a hoss ought to know who's been chasin' him to hell and gone over most of Tennessee. Lucky I ain't in a sod-pawin' mood, hombre, or I might just want to see how a bluebelly sarge looks without an ear on his thick skull, or maybe try a few Comanche tricks of hair trim in. Guerrillas. The Union sergeant glanced from Kirby and Drew to his own men. One was sitting on the edge of the road, nursing his head between his hands. Another had his hand to his shoulder, and the sticky red of fresh blood showed between his fingers. The two others, very young, stood nervously, their hands high. If the Yankee non-com was thinking of trying something, his material was not promising. Drew broke the moment of silence with a warning. You're surrounded, subject to fire from both sides, Sergeant. I suggest surrender. You will be treated as prisoners of war and given parole. We are from General Forrest's command. We're scouts. Believe me, if we had wished to, we could have shot every one of you out of the saddle before you knew we were here. Guerrillas would have done just that. The logic of that argument reached the Union sergeant. He still eyed Drew straightly, but there was a ruefulness rather than hostile defiance in his voice as he asked. What do you plan to do with us? Nothing. Drew was crisp. Give us your parole, leave your arms, your horses, your rations, if you are carrying any. Then you are free to go. We've been ordered not to take parole, the sergeant objected. General Forrest hasn't given any orders not to grant it, Drew countered. As far as I am concerned, you can take it, we'll accept your word. All right. The other dismounted awkwardly, and with one hand unbuckled his saber, dropping his belt and gun. Kirby went among the men gathering up their weapons. Then he and Drew tended the slight wounds of their enemies. You'll both do until you can get to town, Drew told them. And you've a road and plenty of daylight to help you foot it. To Drew's surprise, the sergeant suddenly laughed. This ain't going to sit well with the captain. He swore all you rebs were run out of here a couple of weeks ago. You can assure him he's wrong. Drew saw a chance to confuse the enemy. We're very much around. You'll be seen, a lot of us from now on, a lot more. They watched the squad in blue, now afoot, plod on down the road. When they were out of sight around a bend, Webb and Croft came out of hiding to inspect the spoil. Unfortunately the Yankees had not possessed rations, but their opponents acquired 5 horses, 5 Springfields, 4 sabers, and 3 Colts, as well as welcome rounds of ammunition, a fine haul. Croft methodically smashed the stocks of the Springfields against a rock and pitched the ruined weapons back of the fence. They had seen during the retreat just how useless those rifles were for mounted men. The sabers were broken the same way, but the rest of the plunder was shared. Webb appropriated one of the captured mounts. They stripped the others of their gear, taking what they wanted in the way of blankets and saddle equipment, and were putting the horses on leading ropes when a volley of shots ripping through the early morning froze them. Croft whirled to face the road down which the Yankees had vanished. Came from that direction. They mounted, taking not the open road but a cross route the Cherokee indicated. Coming out on the crest of a slope, they were above another of those hollows through which the road ran. And in that way lay still blue figures. Drew's carbine swung up as men broke from ambush and headed toward those forms. No Confederate force would have wantonly butchered unarmed and wounded men, nor would the Yankees. Which left the scum they both hated, the bushwhackers. Just as the crack of the murder guns had earlier torn the quiet, so did the Confederate answer come now. 3 of those advancing on their victims dropped. One more cried out, staggering toward the concealing bush. Then more broke from cover beyond, going into flight up the other rise. Croft. Webb. After them. The Cherokee scout was already booting his horse into a run. Drew and Kirby reached the road together. Slipping from Hannibal, Drew knelt by the Union sergeant, turning the man over as gently as he could. But there was no hope. The Yankee's eyes opened, he stared up with a cold and terrible hate. "Shot us, after all, murder," he mouthed. "No." Drew cried his protest. "Not us." But that head rolled on his arm, and Drew was forced to swallow the fact that the other had died believing that treachery. Kirby arose from the examination of the rest of the bodies. "Got 'em all. Musta been as easy as shootin' weanlins. They didn't have a chance. We got 3, he made a circle about one of the dead guerrillas, but that don't balance none." Drew lowered the dead sergeant to the surface of the road. "It sure doesn't," he said bleakly. "We'll go after them, if we have to ride clear to the Ohio." 16, missing in action. "I've counted 20 at least," Webb said over his shoulder. The scouts were belly flat in cover, looking down into a scene of some activity. It almost resembled the cavalry camp they had left behind them to the south. There were the same shelters ingeniously constructed of brush and logs and a picket line for horses and mules. This hole must harbor a high percentage of deserters from both armies. "Only 4 of us," Kirby remarked. "Course I know we're the tall men of the army, but ain't this runnin' the odds a mite high?" Croft chuckled. "He's got a point there, Sarge. Seein' as how what happened back there on the road could be pinned on us, we have to do something," Drew returned. "This whole section of country would boil over when those bodies were discovered. And we ain't the only ones. Any of our boys comin' through here on furlough are like to be jumped for it if the Yankees catch them. That's the truth if you ever spoke it, Sarge. I can see some Hanjins comin' out of that ambush. Thea is still 20 hombres down Thea, and 4 of us. We can pick off a few from up here, but they ain't gonna wait around to get sniped. So, how we gonna spread ourselves?" Kirby's was the unanswerable question. They had trailed the fugitives from the ambush back to this tangled wilderness with infinite caution. Bypassing 2 sentries so well posted and concealed, they had been forced to judge that the motley collection of guerrillas were as experienced at this trade as the scouts. There was no time to try to round up any other bands of homing Confederates or prowling scouts, even if they knew where they could be located. This was really a Yankee problem partly as well. Because of that murderous ambush, the local Union commander should be out for blood. But how could they get into enemy hands the information about this rat's nest? "We can't take 'em ourselves, and we've no time to round up any of the boys who might be passin' through. So we just leave here and forget it?" Webb demanded. "There's another way, risky, but it might work. Take the Yankees off our trail and put them to doing something for us. Sick 'em in here, eh?" Kirby was watching Drew with dancing eyes. "How?" "Yeah, how? Ride up to their camp and say, 'We know we at Thea is some bushwhackers, come and see?'" Webb asked scornfully. "After this mornin', they won't even listen to a truce flag, I'm thinkin'. Croft nodded. "That's right. Supposin' those sentries we passed back there were knocked out and 2 of us took their places and the other 2 then laid a trail lead in here. Showin' themselves for bait, plain like?" Kirby asked. "If we have to. The alarm will have gone out. I'm bettin' there are patrols thick on that road. Any blue bellies travelin' Thea now are gonna be bunched and ready to shoot at anything movin'. So," Croft cut in over Webb's instant objection, "you get some Yankees hittin' it up after you, and you run for here. They're not all dumb enough to ride right into this kind of country. We'll have to work it so they'll keep comin'. When you see them headin' into the gorge after us, you move out of the sentry posts back across this ridge and start cuttin' this camp down to size, pick off those horses and put 'em afoot. That'll keep them here till the Yankees come. You know, Kirby said, it's just crazy enough to work. Lordy, if it was summer, I'd say we all had our brains sun-cured, but I'm willin' to try it. Who does what? Croft and Webb'll take out the sentries. We'll go hunt us up some Yankees. As Kirby said, it was a wild plan anchored here and there on chance alone. But the scouts were familiar with action as rash as this, which had worked. And they still had a few hours of daylight left in which to try it. They let a supply train go by on the road undisturbed. It was, Drew noted, well guarded, and the guard paid special attention to the woods and fields flanking them. The word had certainly gone out to expect dire trouble along that section of countryside. Have to be kinda hopin' for the right-sized herd, Kirby observed. Need a nice patrol. Too bad we ain't able to rope in, to order, just what we need. He went to a post farther south along the pike, and Drew settled himself in his own patch of cover, with Hannibal close at hand. The passing of time was a fret, but one they were used to. Drew thought over the plan. Improvisation always had to play a large part in such a project, but he believed they had a chance of success. A bird note, clear and carrying, broke the silence of the winter afternoon. Drew cradled the Spencer close to him. That was Kirby's signal that around the bend he had sighted what they wanted. It was a patrol, led by a bearded officer with a captain's bars on his shoulders, quite an impressive turnout, consisting of some 30 men and 2 officers. Watching them ride toward him, Drew's mouth went dry, a shiver ascending his spine. To play fox to this pack of hounds was going to be more of a task than he had anticipated. But it had to be done. He fired, carefully missing the captain by a small margin, as he saw the spark his bullet struck from a roadside stone. Then he pumped one shot after another over the heads of the startled men. As he mounted Hannibal he caught a glimpse of Kirby cutting across the slope. The Texan rode Indian fashion with most of his mount between him and the return fire from the road. Drew kicked Hannibal into a leap, taking him halfway out of range and out of sight. Then, with Kirby, he was pounding away. A branch was bullet-clipped over his head, and he heard the whistle of shots. Unless he was very lucky, this might be one piece of recklessness he would pay for dearly. But he also heard what he had hoped for, the shouts of the hunters, the thud of hoofs behind. Now it was a game, much the same as the one they had played to lead the Union troops into the cavalry trap at Anthony's Hill. They showed themselves, to fire and fall back, riding a crisscross pattern which would confuse the Yankees as to whether they were pursuing 2 men or more. Drew watched for the landmarks to guide them back. Less than half a mile would bring them to the gorge. Then they must ride fast to put a bigger gap between them and the enemy so they could go to cover before they struck the valley of the guerrilla camp. They must depend upon Croft and Webb having successfully taken over the sentry posts. But Drew faced those heights with some apprehension. Kirby, on one of his cross runs, pulled near. There lag Jin. Better give them something to try and bite on. He brought his bay to a complete stop and aimed. When his carbine barked, a horse neighed and went down. Then Kirby flinched, his weapon fell from his hand, and he caught quickly at the horn of his saddle. From the foremost of the Blue Riders there was a wild yell of exultation. Drew whirled Hannibal and brought him at a run to the Texan's side. How bad? Just creased me. But Kirby's expression gave the lie to his words. Get goin', don't be a dang-blasted fool. Drew scooped up the reins the other had let fall. Kirby must not be allowed to lag. To be captured now was to lose all hope of being taken as an ordinary prisoner of war. He booted Hannibal into the rocking gallop the big mule was capable of upon occasion, and pulled the bay along. Kirby was clinging to the horn, his language heated as he alternately ordered or tried to abuse Drew into leaving him. The Texans' plight had applied any spur the pursuers might have needed. Confident they were now going to gather in at least 2 bushwhackers, the shouting behind took on a premature shrilling of triumph. There was a blast of shooting, and Drew marveled that neither man nor horse was hit again. He was into the mouth of the gorge, still leading Kirby's horse, but a glance told him that the Texan would not be able to hold on much longer. He was gray-white under his tan, and his head bobbed from side to side with the rocking of the horse's running stride. Their pursuers pulled pace a little, maybe fearing a trap. Drew gained a few precious seconds by the headlong pace he had set from the time Kirby had been wounded. But they dared not try to get up the steep sides of the cut now. He dared not erupt into the bushwhacker campsite, or could he? If Croft and Webb were now making their way to the heights above, ready to fire into the camp as they had planned, wouldn't that keep the men there busy and cover his own break into the valley? He heard firing again. This time the sound was ahead of him. Croft and Webb were starting action, which meant that the Yankees would be drawn on to see what was up. Kirby's horse was running beside Hannibal. The Texan's eyes were closed, his left shoulder and upper sleeve bloody. Riding neck and neck, they burst out of the gorge as rifle bullets propelled from a barrel. The impetus of that charge carried them across an open strip. There were yells. Shots. But Drew's attention was on keeping Kirby in the saddle. Hannibal hit a brush wall and tore through it. Branches whipped back at them with force enough to throw riders. Kirby was swept off, gone before Drew could catch him. Then Hannibal gave a wild bray of pain and terror. He reared and Drew lost grasp of the bay's reins. The riderless horse drove ahead while Drew tried to control the mule and turn him. Tossing his head high, Hannibal brayed again. A man scuttled out of the brush, and Drew only half saw the figure snap a shot at him. He was aware of the sickening impact of a blow in his middle, of the fact that suddenly he could pull no air into his straining lungs. The reins were out of his hands, but somehow he continued to cling to the saddle as the mule leaped ahead. Then under Hannibal's hoofs the ground gave way, both of them tumbling into the icy stream. And for Drew there was instant blackness, shutting out the need for breath, the terrible agony which shook him. Dead. Get on after the others. The words made no sense. He was cold, wet, and there was a throbbing pain beating through him with every thrust of blood in his veins. But he could breathe again, and if he lay very still, his nausea eased. Then he heard it, not quite a bray, but a kind of moaning. The sound went on, shutting everything else out of his ears, to hurt not flesh, but spirit. He could stand it no longer. With infinite labor, Drew turned his head. He felt the rasp of grit on the skin of his burned cheek, and that small pain became a part of the larger. He opened his eyes, setting his teeth against a wave of nausea, and tried to understand what had happened to him. Water washed over his legs and boots, numbing him to the waist. But his arms, shoulders, and head were above its surface as he lay on his side, half braced against a rock. And he could see across the stream to the source of that mournful sound. Hannibal was struggling to get to his feet. There was a wound in his flank, a red river rilling from it to stain the water. And one of his forelegs was caught between two rocks. Throwing his head high, the mule bit at the branches of a willow. Several times he got hold and pulled, as if he could win to his feet with the aid of the tooth-shredded wood. Shudders ran across his body, and the sound he uttered was almost a human moan of pain and despair. Drew moved his arm, dully glad that he could. His fingers seemed stiff, as if his muscles were taking their own time to obey his will, but they closed on one of the Colts which had not been shaken free from his holster when he fell. He pulled the weapon free, biting his lip hard against the twinges that movement cost him. Steadying the weapon on his hip, he took careful aim at Hannibal's head and fired. The recoil of the heavy revolver brought a small, whistling cry of pain out of him. But across the stream, the mule's head fell from the willows, and he was mercifully still. The sky was gray. Drew heard a snap of shots, but they seemed very far away. And the leaden cold of the water crept farther up his body, turning the throb into a cramp. He tried not to cry out, for him there would be no mercy shot. The rising tide of cold brought lethargy with it. He felt as if all his strength had drained into the water tugging at him. Again, the dark closed in, and he was lost in it. Warm, he was warm. And the painful spasms which had torn at him were eased. He still had a dull ache through his middle, but there was warm pressure over it, comforting and good. He sighed, fearful that a sudden movement might cause the sharp pains to return. Then he was moved, his head was raised, and something hard pressed against his lower lip so that he opened his mouth in reflex. Hot liquid lapped over his tongue. He swallowed, and the warmth which had been on the outside was now within him as well, traveling down his throat into his stomach. More warmth, this time on his forehead. Drew forced his eyes open. Memory stirred, too dim to be more than a teasing uneasiness. Action was necessary, important action. He focused his eyes on a brown face bearing a scruff of beard on cheeks and chin. Webb. It was very slow, that process of matching face to name. But once he had done it, memory brightened. What happened? They had ridden into the guerrilla campsite, he and Kirby, with the Yankees on their heels. Painfully he could recall that. Then, later he had been lying half in, half out of a creek, sicker than he had ever been in his life. And Hannibal, he had shot Hannibal. Webb's hand came out of the half-dark, holding the tin cup to his mouth again. Drink up. The other ordered sharply. Drew obeyed. But he was not so far under, now. Objects around him took on clarity. He was lying on the ground, not too far from a fire, and there were walls. Was he in a cabin? There had been a cabin before, but he had not been the sick one then. The guerrillas. Bushwhackers. He got that out more clearly. A shadow which had substance, moved behind Webb. Croft's strongly marked features were lined by the light. Dead, or the Yankees have them. Webb was making him drink again. With the other supporting his head and shoulders, Drew was able to survey his body. A blanket was wrapped tightly about his legs, and over his chest and middle a wet wad of material steamed. When Webb laid him flat again, the two men, working together, wrung out another square of torn blanket, and substituted its damp heat for the one which had been cooling against him. What's the matter? Shot. Croft reached to bring into the firelight a belt strap. Dangling it, he held the buckle end in Drew's line of vision. The plate was split, and embedded in it was an object as big as Drew's thumb and somewhat resembling it in shape. We took this off you, the Cherokee explained. Stopped a bullet plumb center with that. Ain't seen nothin' like it, for, Webb added, patting the compress gently into place. Like to rip you wide open if it hadn't hit the buckle. You got you a bruise black as charcoal and big as a plate right across your guts, but the skin's only a little broke. The plate cut you some. And, if you ain't hurt inside, you're about the luckiest fella I ever thought to see in my lifetime. Drew moved a hand, touching the buckle with a forefinger. Then he filled his lungs deeply and felt the answering pinch of pain in the region of the bruise Webb described. It sure hurts. But it's better than a hole. A hole. Kirby. Drew's hand went out to brace himself up, the compress slid down his body, and then Webb was forcing him down again. What you tryin' to do, boy? Pass out on us again? You stay put and let us work on you. This here district's no place to linger, and you can't fork a hoss till we get you fixed up some. Drew caught at the hand which pinned his shoulder. Will, where's Once? You got him here too. He rolled his head, trying to see more of the enclosure in which he lay, but all he faced was a wall of rough stone. Webb was wringing out another compress, preparing to change the dressing. Where's Once? Drew demanded more loudly, and there was a faint echo of his voice from overhead. Croft flipped off the cooling compress as Webb applied the fresh one. But Drew was no longer lulled by that warmth. He ain't here, replied the Cherokee. Where then? Drew was suddenly silent, no longer wanting an answer. Looky here, Drew, Webb hung over him, peering intently into his face. We don't know where he is, and that's Bible swear truth. We saw you two come out into the valley, but we was busy pickin' off hosses so them devils couldn't make it away for the Yankees caught up with them. Then the blue bellies slammed in fast and hard. They just naturally went right over those bushwhackers. Maybe so, they captured 2 or 3, but most of them was finished off right Thea. We took cover, not wantin' to meet up with lead just because we might seem to be in bad company. When all the shootin' was over and you didn't come long, me and Injun did some scoutin' round. We found you down by that crick, and, first, I'm tellin' it to you straight, we thought you was dead. Then Injun, he found your heart was still beatin', so we lugged you up here and looked you over. Later, Injun, he went back for a look-see, but he ain't found hide nor hair of once. He was hit bad, in the shoulder. Drew looked pleadingly from one to the other. When we smashed into that brush he was pushed right out of the saddle. Not far from that crick where you found me. Injun, he could still be out there now, bleedin', hurt. Croft shook his head. I backtracked all along that way after we found you. There was some blood on the grass, but that could have come from one of the bushwhackers. There was no trace of aunts, anywhere. What if he was taken prisoner? Neither one of them would meet his eyes now, and Drew set his teeth, clamping down on a wild rush of words he wanted to spill, knowing that both men would have been as quick and willing to search for the Texan as they had to bring Drew, himself, in. No one answered him. But Croft stood up and said quietly, "This is a pretty well-hidden cave. The Yankees probably believe they've swept out this valley. You stay holed up here, and you're safe for a while. Then when you're ready to ride, Sarge, we'll head back south." He stopped to pick up his carbine by its sling. "Where are you going?" "Take a look-see for Yankees. If they got aunts, there's a slim chance we can learn of it and take steps. Leastwise, nosing a little downwind ain't goin' to do a bit of harm." He moved out of the firelight with his usual noiseless tread and was gone. 17. Poor rebel soldier. Sergeant Rennie reporting Sioux, at the general's orders. Drew came to attention under the regard of those gray-blue eyes, not understanding why he had been summoned to Forrest's headquarters. "Sergeant, what's all this about bushwhackers?" Drew repeated the story of their adventure in Tennessee, paring it down to the bald facts. That nest was wiped out by the Yankee patrol, Sioux. Afterward Private Croft found a saddlebag with some papers in it, which was in the remains of their camp. It looks like they've been picking off couriers from both sides. We sent those in with our first report. The general nodded. You stayed nearby for a while after the camp was taken? Well, I was hurt, Sioux. He saw that General Forrest was smiling. Sergeant, that Thea story about your belt buckle has had a mightly lot of repeatin' up and down the ranks. You were a lucky young man. Yes, Sioux. Drew agreed. While I was laid up, Privates Croft and Webb took turns on scout, Sioux. They located some of our men hidin' out, stragglers from the retreat. They also rounded up a few of the bushwhackers' horses and mules. Forrest nodded. You returned to our lines with some 15 men and 10 mounts, as well as information. Your losses? Drew stared at the wall behind the general's head. 1 man missin', Sioux. You were unable to hear any news of him? No, Sioux. The old weariness settled back on him. They had hunted, first Croft and Webb, and then he, too, as soon as he was able to sit a saddle. It was Weatherby's fate all over again. The ground might have opened and gulped Kirby down. How old are you, Sergeant? Drew could not see what his age had to do with Kirby's disappearance, but he answered truthfully, 19, I had a birthday a week ago, Sioux. And you volunteered when? In May of '62, Sioux. I was in Captain Castleman's company when they joined General Morgan, Company D, 2nd Kentucky. Then I transferred to the Scouts under Captain Quirk. The big raids, you were in Ohio, Rennie. Captured? No, Sioux. I was one of the lucky ones who made it across the river before the Yankees caught up. At Chickamauga? Yes, Sioux. Cynthiana, but now Forrest did not wait for Drew's affirmative answer, and Harrisburg, Franklin. It's a long line of battles, ain't it, boy? A long line. And you were 19 last week. You know, Rennie, the Union Army gives medals to those they think have earned them. I've heard tell of that, Sue. The general's hand, brown, strong, went to the officer's hat, weighing down a pile of papers on the table. With a quick twist, Forrest ripped off the tasseled gold cord which distinguished it, smoothing out the loop of bullion between thumb and forefinger. We don't give medals, Sergeant. But I think a good soldier might just be granted a birthday present without anyone getting too excited about how military that is. He held out the cord, and Drew took it a bit dazedly. Thank you, Sue. I'm sure proud. A wave of Forrest's hand put a period to his thanks. A long line of battles, the general repeated, too long a line, an end to it comin' soon. Did you ever think, boy, of what you were goin' to do after the war? Well, there's the West, Sue. Open country out there. Forrest's eyes were bright, alert. Yes, and we might even hold the West. We'll see, we'll have to see. Your report accepted, Sergeant. It was plainly a dismissal. As Drew saluted, the general laid his hat back on the tallest pile of papers. Busy at the table, he might have already forgotten Drew. But the Kentuckian, pausing outside the door to examine the hat cord once more, knew that he would never forget. No, there were no medals worn in the ragged, thin lines of the shrinking Confederate army. But his birthday gift, Drew's fist closed about the cord jealously, that was something he would have, always. Only, nowadays, how long was always? That's a right smart-looking mount, Sarge. Drew looked at the pair of lounging messengers grinning at him from the front porch of headquarters. He loosened the reins and led the bony animal a step or two before mounting. Shawnee, nimble-footed as a cat, a horse that had known almost as much about soldiering as his young rider. Then Hannibal, the mule from Cotty's, that had served valiantly through battle and retreat, to die in a Tennessee stream bed. And now this bone rack of a gray mule with one lop ear, a mind of his own, and a gait which could set one's teeth on edge when you pushed him into any show of speed. The animal's long, melancholy face, his habit of braying mournfully in the moonlight, until Westerners compared him unfavorably with the coyotes of the plains, had earned him the name Croaker. And he was part of the loot they had brought out of the bushwhackers' camp. As unlovely as he appeared, Croaker had endurance, steady nerves, and a most unmule-like willingness to obey orders. He was far from the ideal cavalry mount, but he took his rider there and back, safely. He was sure-footed, with a cat's ability to move at night, and in scout circles he had already made a favorable impression. But he certainly was an unhandsome creature. Smart actin's better than smart lookin', Drew answered the disparagers now. Do as well yourselves, soldiers, and you'll be satisfied. Croaker started off at a trot, sniffling, his good ear twitching as if he had heard those unfriendly comments and was storing them up in his memory, to be acted upon in the future. January and February were behind them now. Now it was March. Spring, only it was more like late fall. Or winter, with the night closing in. Drew let Croaker settle to the gait which suited him best. He would visit Boyd and then rejoin Buford's force. The army, or what was left of it hereabouts, was, as usual, rumbling with rumor. The Union's General Wilson had assembled a massive hammer of a force, veterans who had clashed over and over with Forrest in the field, who had learned that master's tricks. 17,000 mounted cavalrymen, ready to aim straight down through Alabama where the war had not yet touched. Another 10,000 without horses, who formed a backlog of reserves. In the Carolinas, Johnston, with the last stubborn regiments of the Army of the Tennessee, was playing his old delaying game, trying to stop Sherman from ripping up along the coast. And in Virginia the news was all bad. The world was not spring, but drab winter, the dying winter of the Confederacy. Wilson's target was Selma and the Confederate arsenal, every man in the army knew that. Somehow Bedford Forrest was going to have to interpose between all the weight of that Yankee hammer and Selma. And he had done the impossible so often, there was still a chance that he could bring it off. The general had a free hand and his own particular brand of genius to back it. Drew's fingers were on the front of his short cavalry jacket, pressing against the coil of gold cord in his shirt pocket. No, the old man wasn't licked yet. He'd give Wilson and every one of those 27,000 Yankees a good stiff fight when they came poking their long noses over the Alabama border. He gave you what? Boyd sat up straighter. His face was thin and no longer weather-beaten, and he'd lost all of that childish arrogance which had so often irritated his elders. In its place was a certain quiet soberness in which the scout sometimes saw flashes of Sheldon. Now Drew pulled the cord from his pocket, holding it out for Boyd's inspection. The younger boy ran it through his fingers wonderingly. General Forrest's. From it he looked to the faded weather-worn hat Drew had left on a chair by the door. Boyd caught it up and pulled off the leather string banding its dented crown. Carefully he fitted on Forrest's gift and studied the result critically. Drew laughed. Like putting a new saddle on Croker, it doesn't fit. Yes, it does, Boyd protested. That's right where it belongs. Drew, standing by the window, felt a pinch of concern. He found it difficult nowadays to deny Boyd anything, let alone such a harmless request. The first lieutenant comin' along will call me for sportin' a general's feathers on a sergeant's head, he protested. Nothin' from Cousin Mary yet? Maybe Hansford didn't make it through with my letter. He hasn't come back yet. But. Think I'd lie to you about that? Boyd's eyes held some of the old blaze as he turned the hat around in his hands. And what I told you is the truth. The surgeon said it won't hurt me any to ride with the boys when you pull out. General Buford's ordered to Selma and Dr. Cowan's sister lives there. He has a letter from her sayin' I can rest up at her house if I need to. But I won't. I haven't coughed once today, that's the honest truth, Drew. And when you go, the Yankees are goin' to move in here. I don't want to go to a Yankee prison, like aunts. Drew's shoulders hunched in an involuntary tightening of muscles as he stared straight out of the window at nothing. Boyd had insisted from the first that the Texan must be a prisoner. Drew schooled himself into the old shell, the shell of trying not to let himself care. General Buford said I was to ride in one of the headquarters wagons. He needs an extra driver. That's doin' something useful, not just sittin' around listenin' to a lot of bad news. The boy's tone was almost raw in protest. And some of Boyd's argument made sense. After the command moved out he might be picked up by a roving Yankee patrol, while Selma was still so far behind the Confederate lines that it was safe, especially with Forrest moving between it and Wilson. Mind you, take things easy. Start cuffin' again, and you'll have to stay behind. Drew warned. Drew, are things really so bad for us? The scout came away from the window. Maybe the general can hold off Wilson, this time. But it can't last. Look at things straight, Boyd. We're short on horses, more'n half the men are dismounted. And more of them desert every day. Men are afraid they'll be sent into the Carolinas to fight Sherman, and they don't want to be so far from home. The women write or get messages through about how hard things are at home. A man can march with an empty belly for himself and somehow stick it out, but when he hears about his children starvin', he's apt to forget all the rest. We're whittled way down, and there's no way under heaven of gettin' what we need. I heard some of the boys talkin' about drawin' back to Texas. Sure, we've all heard that big wishin', but that's all it is, just wishin'. The Yankees wouldn't let up even if they crowded us clear back until we're knee-deep in the Rio Grande. It's close to the end now. No, it ain't. Boyd flared, more than a shade of the old stubbornness back in his voice. It ain't goin' to be the end as long as one of us can ride and hold a carbine. They can have horses and new boots, their supplies, and all their men. We ain't scared of any Yankee who ever rode down the pike. If you yell at them now, they'd beat it back the way they came. Drew smiled tiredly. Guess we're on our way now to do some of that yellin'. The end was almost in sight, every trooper in or out of the saddle knew it. Only some, like Boyd, would not admit it. Remember what I say, Boyd. Take it slow and ride easy. Boyd picked up Drew's hat again, holding it in the sunlight coming through the window. The cord was a band of raw gold, gleaming brighter, perhaps, because of the shabbiness of the hat it now graced. You don't ride easy with the general, he said softly. You ride tall and you ride proud. Drew took the hat from him. Out of the direct sunbeam, the band still seemed to hold a bit of fire. Maybe you do, he agreed soberly. Now Boyd was smiling in turn. You carry the general's hatband right up so those blue bellies can get the shine in their eyes. We'll lam straight back to the Tennessee again, see if we don't. But almost 3 weeks later the Yankees were not back at the Tennessee, they were dressing their lines before the horseshoe bend of the defending breastworks of Selma. Everything which could have gone wrong with Forrest's plans had done just that. A captured courier had given his enemies the whole framework of his strategy. Then the cavalry had tried to hold the blue flood at Bogler's Creek by a tearing frantic battle, whirling Union sabers against Confederate revolvers in the hands of veterans. It had been a battle from which Forrest himself broke free through a lane opened by the action of his own weapons and the concentrated fury of his escort. Out of the city had steamed the last train while a stream of civilian refugees had struggled away on foot, the river patrolled by pickets of cavalry ordered to extricate every able-bodied man from the throng and press him into the struggle. Forrest's orders were plain, every male able to fight goes into the works, or into the river. Now Drew and Boyd were with the Kentuckians, forming with Forrest's escort a small reserve force behind the center of that horseshoe of ramparts. Veterans on either flank, and the militia, trusted by none, in the middle. Thin lines stretched to the limit, so that each dismounted trooper in that pitiful fortification was 6 or even 10 feet from his nearest fellow. And gathering under the afternoon sun a mass of blue, a vast, endless ocean. The enemy was dismounted, too, coming in on a charge as fearless and reckless as any the Confederates had delivered in the past. With the sharpness of one of their own sabers, they slashed out a trotting arc of men, cutting at Armstrong's veterans in the earthworks to be curled back under a withering fire, losing a general, senior officers, and men. But the rebuff did not shake them. A second Union attack was aimed at the center, and the militia broke. Bugles shrilled in the small reserve, who then pushed up to meet that long tongue of blue licking out confidently toward the city. This time there was no stopping the Yankee advance. The reserve neither broke nor followed the shambling panic-stricken flight of the militia, but were pushed back by sheer weight of numbers to the unfinished second line of the city's defenses. Blue, a full tidal wave of it in front and wedges of blue overlapping the gray flanks and appearing here and there even to the rear. Having thrown away his rifle, Drew was now firing with both Colts. Never sure any of his bullets found their targets. He stood shoulder to shoulder with Boyd in a dip of half-finished earthwork when the bugle called again, and down the ragged line of gray snapped an order unheard before. Get out! Save yourselves! Boyd fired, then threw his emptied Colt into the face of a tall man whose blue coat bore a sergeant's stripes. His own emptied guns placed in their holsters, Drew caught up the carbine the Yankee had dropped. He gave Boyd a shove. Run! They dodged in and out of a swirling mass of fighting men, somehow reaching the line of horse holders. Drew found Croker standing stolidly with dragging reins, got into the saddle, and reached down a hand to aid Boyd up behind him. In the early dusk he saw General Forrest, his own height and the proportions of his charger King Philip distinguishable even in that melee, gathering about him a nucleus of resistance as they battled toward the city. And Drew headed Croker in the general's direction. Boyd pawed at his shoulder as they burst into a street at the bone-shaking gallop which was the mule's fastest gait. A blue-coated trooper sat with his back against the paling of a trim white fence, one lax hand still holding the reins of a horse. Drew pulled Croker up so Boyd could slip down. As he pulled loose the reins the Yankee slid inertly to the ground. A squad of blue coats turned the corner a block away, heading for them. Somewhere ahead, the company led by the general was fighting its way through Selma. Drew was driven by the necessity of catching up. The two armies were so mingled now that the wild disorder proved a cover for escaping Confederates. Twilight was on them as they hit the Burnsville road, coming into the tail end of the command of men from a dozen or more shattered regiments, companies, and divisions, who had consolidated in some order about Forrest and his escort. These were all veterans, men tough enough to fight their way out of the city and lucky enough to find their mounts or others when the order to get out had come. They were part of the striking force Forrest had built up through months and years, tempered with his own particular training and spirit, now peeled down to a final hardcore. In the darkness their advance tangled with a Union outpost, snapping up prisoners before the bewildered Yankees were aware that they, too, were not Wilson's men. And the word passed that a 4th United States Regular Scouting Detachment was camped not too far away. "We can take Sioux." Drew caught the assurance in that. We certainly shall." Forrest's drawl had sharpened as if he saw in the prospect of this small engagement a chance to redeem the futile shame of those breaking lines at Selma. "Not you, Sioux." That protest was picked up, echoed by every man within hearing. Finally the general yielded to their angry demands that he not expose himself to the danger of the night attack. They moved in around the house, and somehow confidence was restored by following the old familiar pattern of the surprise attack, as if in this small action they were again a part of the assured troops who had fought gunboats from horseback. Who had tweaked the Yankees' tails so often. Drew and Boyd were part of the detachment sent to approach the fire-lighted horse lot, coming from a different angle than the main body of the force. It was the old game of letting a dozen do the work of 50. But before they had reached the rail fence about that enclosure, there was a ripple of spiteful Yankee fire. "Come on!" The officer outlined against one of the campfires, lurched and caught at the rails as the men he led crawled over or vaulted that obstruction. Overrunning the Union defenders with the vehemence of men determined to make up for the failure of the afternoon. It was a sharp skirmish, but one from which they came away with prisoners and a renewed belief in themselves. Though they did not know it then, they had fought the last battle of the war for the depleted regiments of cavalry of the Army of the Tennessee. The aftertaste of Selma had been bitter, but the small, sharp flurry at the Godwin house left them no longer feeling so bitter. "Where are we goin'?" Boyd pushed his horse up beside Croker as they swung on through the dark. "Plantersville, I guess." But something inside Drew added soundlessly, "On to the end now." "We're not finished," Boyd went on, when Drew interrupted. "We're finished. We were finished months ago." It was true. They had been finished at Franklin, their cause dead, their hopes dead, everything dead except men who had somehow kept on their feet, with weapons in their hands and a dogged determination to keep going. Why? Because most of them could no longer understand any other way of life. There was that long line of battles General Forrest had named. And marching backward through weeks, months, and years a long line of men, growing more and more shadowy in memory. Among them was Aunts. Drew tried not to think about that. Now, out of the dark there suddenly arose a voice, singing. Others picked up the tune, one of the army songs. Just as Kirby had sung to them on the big retreat, so this unknown voice was singing them on to whatever was awaiting at Plantersville. The end was waiting and they would have to face it, just as they had faced carbine, saber, field gun and everything else the Yankees had brought to bear against them. Drew joined in and heard Boyd's tenor, high but on key, take up the refrain. On the plains of Manassas the Yankees we met. We gave them a whipping they'll never forget. But I ain't got no money, nor nothin' to eat. I'm afraid that tonight I must sleep in the street. The Army of the Tennessee hadn't seen the plains of Manassas, maybe, but they had seen other fields and running Yankees in their time. Drew found himself slapping the ends of his reins in time to the tune. I'm a poor rebel soldier, and Dixie's my home. Croker brayed loudly and with sorrowful undertone, and Drew heard a laugh, which could only have come from General Forrest, floating back to him through the dawn of a new morning. 18, Texas Spurs. The soft wind curled languidly in through the open church window, stirring the curly lock which Boyd now and then impatiently pushed away from his eyes, was a delicate fingertip touch on Drew's cheek. A subdued shuffle of feet could be heard as the congregation arose. It was Sunday in Gainesville, and a congregation such as could only have gathered there on this particular May 7, 1865. Rusty gray-brown, patched, and with ill-mended tears, which no amount of painstaking effort could ever convert again into more than dimly respectable uniforms, a sprinkling of civilian broadcloth and feminine bonnets. And across the church a smaller block of once hostile blue. As the recessional formed, prayer books were closed to be slipped into pockets or reticules. The presiding celebrate moved down from the altar, his surplice tugged aside by the wandering breeze revealing the worn cavalry boots of a chaplain. For the beauty of the earth. For the beauty of the skies. For the love which from our birth over and around us lies. Men's voices, hesitant and rusty at first, then rose confidently over the more decorous hum of the regular churchgoers as old memories were renewed. Lord of all, to thee we raise this our hymn of grateful praise. The hymn swelled, a mighty, powerful wave of sound. Drew's hard, calloused hands closed on the back of the pew ahead. Hearing Boyd's voice break, Drew knew that within them both something had loosened. The apathy which had held them through these past days was going, and they were able to feel again. Drew, Boyd's voice quavered and then steadied, let's go home. They had shared the talk at camp, the discussion about slipping away to join Kirby Smith in Texas, and some had even gone before the official surrender of Confederate forces east of the Mississippi 3 days earlier. But when General Forrest elected to accept Yankee terms, most of the men followed his example. Back at camp they were making out the paroles on the blanks furnished by the Union command, but so far no Yankee had appeared in person. The cavalry were to retain their horses and mules, and whole companies planned to ride home together to Tennessee and Kentucky. Drew and Boyd could join one of those. As they moved toward the church door now 3 of the Union soldiers who had attended the service were directly ahead of them in the aisle. Boyd caught urgently at Drew's arm. Those spurs, look at his spurs. He pointed to the heels of the middle Yankee. Sunlight made those ornate discs of silver very bright. Drew's breath caught, and he took a long stride forward to put his hand on the blue coat's shoulder. The man swung around, startled, to face him. Sue, where did you get those spurs? Drew's tone carried the note of one who expected to be answered promptly, with the truth. The Yankee had straight black brows which drew together in a frown as he stared back at the Confederate. I don't see how that's any business of yours, Reb. Drew's hand went to his belt before he remembered that there wasn't any weapon there, and no need for one now. He regained control. It's this much my business, Sue. Those spurs are Mexican. They were taken from a Mexican officer at Chapultepec, and the last time I saw them they were worn by a very good friend of mine who's been missing since February. I'd like very much indeed to know just how and where you got them. Lifting one booted foot, the Yankee studied the spurs as if they had somehow changed their appearance. When his eyes came back to meet Drew's his frown was gone. Reb, I bought these from a fella in another outfit, 'bout 2 or 3 weeks ago. He was on sick leave and was goin' home. I gave him good hard cash for 'em. Did he say where he got them? Pressed Drew. The other shook his head. He had a pile of stuff, mostly Reb, buckles, spurs, and such. Sold it all around camp, for he left. What outfit are you? Boyd asked. Trooper, any trouble here? A Yankee major bore down on them from one side, a Confederate captain from the other. No, Sue, Drew replied quickly. I just recognized a pair of spurs this trooper is wearin'. They belong to a friend of mine who's been missin' for some time. I hoped maybe the trooper knew something about him. Well, do you? The major demanded of his own man. No, sir. Bought these in camp from a fella goin' on furlough. I don't know where he got 'em. Satisfied, soldier? The officer asked Drew. Yes, Sue. Before he could add another word the major was shepherding his men away. I'm sorry. The Confederate captain shook his head. Pity he didn't have any more definite information for you. He glanced at Drew's set face. But, Sergeant, the news wasn't all bad. No, Sue. Only aunts never would have parted with those while he was alive and could prevent it, never in this world. Where was your friend when he was reported missing? We were on scout in Tennessee, and both of us were wounded. I was found by our men, but he wasn't. There was just a chance he might have been taken prisoner. Men'll be comin' back from their prisons now. What's his name and company, Sergeant? I'll ask around. Ensign Kirby. He was with Gano's Texans under Morgan, and then he transferred with me into General Buford's Scouts. He's about 19 or 20, has reddish hair and a scar here, with a forefinger. Drew traced a line from the left corner of his mouth to his left temple. He was shot in the left shoulder pretty bad when we were separated. The captain nodded. I'll keep a lookout. A lot of Texans pass through here on their way home. Thank you, Sue. Should you have any news, I'd be obliged to hear it. My name's Drew Rennie, Sue, and you can address a message care of the Barretts, Oak Hill. That's in Fayette County, Kentucky. But the chance of ever receiving any such news was, Drew thought, very improbable. That afternoon when he tried to find Boyd, he, too, was missing and none of the headquarters company knew where the boy had gone. Ain't pulled out though, Webb assured. Said as how you two were plannin' to head north with the Kaintuck boys right after the old man says goodbye. Guess I'll trail 'long with you for a spell. You gotta cross Tennessee to get to Kaintuck. Goin' home, Will? Guess so. Heard tell as how they burned out old man. Dunno, that Thea is sure hard scrabble ground, we never did make us a good crop on it. Maybe so, we'll try somewheres else now. Sorta got me an itchin' foot. Maybe won't tie down anywhere for a spell. What about you, Injun? Drew turned to Croft. Goin' back to the nations. Guess they had it hard there too, General Waddy in the Union pins ride in back and forth. They'll need schools though, and someone to teach 'em. You a teacher, Injun? Webb was plainly startled. Startin' to be one, before the band started playin' Dixie so loud, Croft said, smiling. Maybe I've forgotten too much, though. I have to see if I can fit me in behind a desk again. He is kid. Drew looked up at Webb's hail. Boyd walked toward them, his saddlebags slung over one shoulder, under his arm the haversack for rations which normally hung from any forager's saddle horn. He dropped them by the fire and held two gleaming objects out to Drew. Onsa's spurs. How did you get them? Sold them horse to the sutler at the Yankee camp. Then bought 'em. That trooper gave 'em to me for just what he paid, $5 hard money. Said as how he could understand why you wanted to have them. But your horse. Boyd grinned. Looky here, Drew, more'n half of this here Reb army is footin' it home. I guess I can cross two little states without it finishin' me off, leastwise I reckon anyone who has toughened it out with General Forrest can do that much. Drew turned the spurs around in hands which were a little shaky. We got Croker, and we'll take turns ridin'. No, 2 states ain't too far for a couple of troopers, specially if they have them a good stout mule into the bargain. A hot copper sun turned late Kentucky May into August weeks ahead of season. Thunder muttered sullenly beyond the horizon. And a breeze picked up road dust and grit, plastering it to Croker's sweating hide, their own unwashed skin. Better, ride. Licking dust from his lips, Drew watched the weaving figure on the other side of the mule with dull concern. They were steadying themselves by a tight grip on the stirrups, and Croker was supporting and towing them, rather than their steering him. Boyd's head lifted. Ride yourself. He got a ghost of his old defiance into that, though his voice was hardly more than a harsh croak of whisper. I ain't givin' in now. He leased his stirrup hold, staggering forward a step or two, and would have gone face down on the turnpike if Drew had not made a big effort to reach him. But the other's weight bore him along, and they both sprawled on the road. Croker came to a halt, his head hanging until he could have nuzzled Drew's shoulder. They had made a brave start from Alabama, keeping up with the company they joined until they were close to the Kentucky-Tennessee border. Then a blistered heel had forced Drew into the rider's role for 2 days, and they had fallen behind. The rations they had drawn had been stretched as far as they would go. Even though there were people along the way willing to feed a hungry soldier, there were too many hungry soldiers. The farther north they traveled there was also a growing number of places where a blue coat might be welcome, but a gray one still signified enemy. Drew moved, and raised Boyd's head and shoulders to his knee. If he could summon enough energy to reach the canteen hanging from Croker's saddle. Somehow he did, recklessly spilling a cupful of its contents on Boyd's face, and turning road dust into flecks of mud which freckled the gaunt cheeks. "Ain't goin' ride." Boyd's eyes opened and he took up the argument again. "Well," Drew lashed out, "I can't carry you. Or do you expect to be dragged?" Boyd's face crumpled and he flung up his arms to hide his eyes. "All right." With the aid of a sloping bank and an effort which left them both weakly panting, Boyd was mounted and they started their slow crawl once more. "Drew!" He raised his head. Boyd had straightened in the saddle and was pointing ahead, though his outstretched hand was shaking. "We made it, there's home." Beyond was the green of trees, a whole line of trees curving along a gravel carriage drive. But somehow Drew could not match Boyd's joy. He was tired, so tired that he was aware of nothing really but the aching weariness of his body. They turned into the drive, the gravel crunching into his holed boots while the tree shadows made a green twilight. Croker came to a stop, and Drew's eyes raised from the gravel to the line of one step and then another. His gaze finally came to a broad veranda, to someone who had been sitting there and who was now on her feet, staring wide-eyed back at the three of them. Then the gravel came up in a wave and he was swallowed up in it and darkness. The sun, warm through the window, awoke a glint of reflection from the top of the chest of drawers where rested a round cord of bullion with 2 tassels and a pair of fancy spurs. The wink of light was reflected again from the mirror before which Drew stood. "Jefferson's shirt has long enough sleeves, but all these billows." Cousin Mary's tongue clicked against her teeth in exasperation. Her hand was in the middle of Drew's back, gathering up a good pleating of linen, but he still had extra folds of cloth to spare over his ribs. For days of rest and plenty of food was not sufficient to restore any padding to his frame. "You certainly grew one way, but not the other." Boyd, established in the big chair by the window, laughed. "I could take a few tucks," Drew offered. "You could take a few tucks." Her astonished face showed in the glass above his shoulder. "Oh, I'm not too bad with a needle. Did you note those neat patches on my breeches?" "I noted nothing about those breeches, they went straight into the fire." "Such rags." "Miss Mary, ma'am," small Hetty showed an eager face around the corner of the door, "Maja Forbes and Mrs. Forbes, based downstairs." Drew faced away from the mirror. "Why?" he demanded with almost hostile emphasis. Meredith Barrett untied the strings of her sewing apron. "Hetty, tell Ma'am Gusta to set out some of the English biscuits and make tea." Then she turned back to face Drew. "Why, Drew?" "Rather, why not? They're your kin, and I think that Mariana feels it deeply that you came here and not to Red Springs. Not to go home." "Home?" There was heat in that. "You, if anyone, know that Red Springs was never really my home. And Forbes is an officer in the Union Army. This is no time for a Reb to camp out in his house. My grandfather wanted the place to be just Aunt Mariana's, didn't he?" He paused by the chest of drawers, his hand going out to the spurs, the gold cord. 3 years, in a way a small lifetime, all to be summed up now by a slightly tarnished cord from a general's hat, a pair of spurs a young Texan had jauntily worn. But it was a lifetime. He was not a boy anymore, to have to endure his elders making decisions for him. His future was his own, and he had earned the right to that. Drew did not know that his face had hardened, that he suddenly looked a stranger to the woman who was watching him with concern. "Please, Drew, you mustn't allow yourself to be so bitter." "Bitter? About Red Springs, you mean? Lord, I never wanted the place. I hate every brick of it, and I think I always have. But I don't hate Forbes or Aunt Mariana if that's what you're afraid of. It's just that I have no place there anymore." Her mouth tightened. "But you have. You owe it to Mariana to listen to her now. This is important, Drew, more important than you can guess." "No, Boyd," her gesture checked her son as he arose from the chair, "this is none of your affair. Come with me, Drew." He picked up a borrowed coat, also much too wide for him, pulled it on over the bunchiness of his shirt, and followed her, swallowing what he knew to be a useless protest. The parlor was as bright with sun as the upper room had been. As Drew entered a pace or two behind Cousin Mary, the officer in blue strode away from the hearth to meet them. But Aunt Mariana forestalled her husband's greeting, rising suddenly from a chair, her crinoline rustling across the carpet. She held out her hands, and then hesitated, studying Drew's face, looking a little daunted, as if she had expected something she did not find. The assurance she had displayed at their last meeting on the Lexington road was missing. "Drew." He bowed, conscious that he must present an odd figure in the ill-fitting clothing of Meredith Barrett's long-dead husband. Major Forbes held out his hand. "Welcome home, my boy. My boy." Consciously or unconsciously the Major's tone strove to thrust Drew into the past, or so he believed. The Major might almost be considering Drew an unruly schoolboy now safely out of some scrape, welcome indeed if he would settle down quietly into the conventional mold of Oak Hill or Red Springs. But he was no schoolboy, and at that moment the parlor of Oak Hill, for all its luxury and warmth, was a box sealing him in stifling confinement which he could no longer endure. Drew held tight control over that resurgence of his old impatience, knowing that his first instinct had been right, the old life fitted him now no better than his coat. But he answered civilly. "Thank you, Sue." His proper courtesy apparently reassured his aunt. She came to him, her hands on his shoulders as she stood on tiptoe to kiss his cheek. "Drew, come home with us, dear, please." He shook his head. "I don't belong at Red Springs, ma'am. I never did." "Nonsense." Major Forbes put the force of a field officer's authority into that denial. "I do not and never did agree with many of Alexander Maddox's decisions. I do so even less when they pertain to your situation, my boy. You have every right to consider Red Springs your home. You must come to us, resume your interrupted education, take your proper place in the family and the community." Drew shook his head again. The Major paused. He had been studying Drew, and now there was a faint shadow of uneasiness in his own expression. He might be slowly realizing that he was not fronting a repentant schoolboy rescued from a piece of regrettable youthful folly. A veteran was being forced against his will to recognize the stamp of his own experience on another, if much younger, man. "What are your plans?" he asked in another tone of voice entirely. Drew, Major Forbes waved aside that tentative interruption from Cousin Mary. "I don't know. But I can't stay here." That much he was sure of. Oak Hill, Red Springs, all of this was no longer necessary to him any more than the outgrown toys of childhood could hold the interest of a man. Once, hurt and seeking for freedom, he had thought of the army as home. Now he knew he had yet to find what he wanted or needed. But there was no reason why he could not go looking, even if he could not give a name to the object of such a search. "I might go west. It's all new out there, a good place to start on my own." There was a catch of breath from Aunt Mariana. The look she gave Cousin Mary held something of accusation. "You told him." "Told me what, ma'am?" "That your father is alive." She saw his surprise. "Is that true, Sue?" Drew appealed to the Major. Forbes scowled, tugging at the belt supporting his saber. Yes. We found some letters among your grandfather's papers after his death. Your father wasn't killed. He was in a Mexican prison during the war. When he escaped and returned to Texas, your grandfather had already been there and taken your mother away. Hunt Rennie was too ill to follow immediately. Before he had recovered enough to travel, he was informed his wife was dead, and he was allowed to believe that you died with her, at birth. But why? Alexander Maddock had disliked, even hated his grandson. So why should he have lied to keep Drew with him at Red Springs? Because of Murray, Cousin Mary said slowly, sadly. It was a cruel thing to do, so cruel. Alexander Maddock was a hard man. He couldn't bear opposition. It made him go close to the edge of sanity, I truly believe. I know we are not supposed to speak ill of the dead, but I can't forgive him for what he did to those two. Melanie and Hunt were so young and in love. And your Uncle Murray deliberately pushed that quarrel on Hunt. Jefferson was there, he tried to stop it. The duel was not Hunt's fault. Uncle Murray and my father fought a duel. Drew demanded. Yes. Murray was badly wounded, and for a time his life was despaired of. Your grandfather swore out a warrant against Hunt for attempted murder. So he and Melanie ran away. They were so pitifully young. Melanie was just 16 and Hunt 2 years older, though he seemed a man, having lived such a hard life on the frontier. They went back to Texas, and she was very happy there. I had some letters from her. Yes, she was happy until the war with Mexico began. Then Hunt was reported killed, his father, too. And she was left all alone with distant kin of theirs. So your grandfather went down to fetch her home. I'll always believe he really wanted to punish her for going against his will. She died, her voice broke, she died, because she had no will to live, and then he was sorry. But just a little, not enough to blame himself any. Oh, no, it was still all Hunt's wickedness, he said, every bit of it. He was a hard man. Cousin Mary faced Aunt Mariana with her chin up as if daring the other to object what she just said. Drew returned to the news he still found difficult to believe. So my father's alive, Major. Well, that gives me some place to go, Texas. Hunt Rennie's not in Texas. Cousin Mary spoke with such certainty that all three of them gave her their full attention. I married Jefferson Barrett 6 months after Melanie eloped. We went to Europe then for almost 2 years of traveling. Part of our mail must have been lost. Hunt surely wrote to me. He liked Jefferson in spite of the differences in their ages. If I had only had the chance to tell him the truth about you, Drew. But I never knew he was alive either. You remember Granger Wood, Justin? Major Forbes nodded. He went out to California in '50. Yes, and when the war broke out he rode back across the Arizona and New Mexico territories with General Johnston to enlist in the Confederate forces. A month ago he came back here and he called to tell me he saw Hunt in Arizona in '61. He had a horse and cattle ranch there, also some mining holdings. Drew, Aunt Mariana caught his arm. You won't be so foolish as to go out into that horrible wilderness hunting a man who doesn't even know you're alive, who's a perfect stranger to you. You must be sensible. We know that father's will was very unjust, and we are not going to abide by its terms. Half of Red Springs will be yours. Gently Drew released himself from her hold. Maybe Hunt Rennie doesn't know I exist. Maybe we won't even like each other if and when we do meet, I don't know. But Red Springs ain't my kind of world anymore. And I won't take anything my grandfather grudged given to me. I may be young, only in another way, I'm old, too. Too old to come under a Shulin reign again. He glanced across her shoulder, noticing that his speech had registered with the Major. You're not going to start out this very afternoon, are you? Forbes asked. Drew relaxed and laughed a little self-consciously, knowing that his uncle had ceded him the victory in this first skirmish. No, Sue. You know, I brought 2 things home from the army, and one of them was a pair of Texas Spurs. A mighty good man wore those. You'd have to ride proud and tall in the saddle to match him. I told him once I was goin' to see Texas, and he said there was nothing to make a man stay on the range where he had been born. Since I've always wanted to know what kind of a man Hunt Rennie is, now maybe I'm goin' to do just that. The end.